Alright, I think we are good to start. How is everyone doing on this fine day? As always, my hair is completely wet, because I always take a shower on Saturday, because it's like the end of my work week, and I like to wash away the sorrow. My hair's getting really long now. Like, if it's straightened, it's like down to... Yeah, it's like down to my chest now. It's crazy. Alright. So what's up? This week has been kind of busy, and so I got like a new wide-angle lens for my camera, which is really nice, because I was really struggling with like recording indoors. It was like, the lens that came with the camera is too narrow and zoomed in, so I had to be like really far away just to get everything that I wanted to get in. And it also like captured less light, which made it annoying when recording indoors, so I had to like always crank up the light a lot in post, and it didn't look that good. So this new lens is a lot nicer. So that, and I'm just like playing with like audio and stuff like that. There should be a new video soon. I'm planning on working on it this week. Aside from the vlog, the Anime North vlog, I'm still editing that. But aside from that, turn on the fan. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still like, I was sick last week. It's really funny about that Wuthering Waves stream, because like I thought it would be like a bigger deal, because like the game just came out, it's like kind of controversial, stuff like that. So like I I played the game, I did the whole stream. Sorry, I'm just gonna do this here. I always have the view count hidden, because I feel like if you don't have that many viewers, you don't want to be seeing the view count. So when I did the Wuthering Waves stream, I like finished the stream and then I took a look at the views. It had like 5 views during the entire stream, and I'm like, damn, that's kind of crazy. So yeah, I mean the game is fine. Like I've been playing it off stream. I feel like it could be better. I feel like it's just trying to be Genshin when it should be like its own unique thing. Because it basically is just like they played Genshin and they're like, well, we could just do that and then like change a few things, like, oh, when you run, it doesn't consume stamina. Really nice. And you can run up walls and stuff. And it's a lot faster than climbing, which is really nice. But then like, it's just small like things like that where it's like the actual game itself is kind of half-baked, if you know what I mean. I mean, the game just came out, it could change, but I've been playing it. Like a new character banner just dropped, and like I'm kind of interested in that character, but honestly, like the summoning works exactly like Genshin Impact, and if I lose the 50-50, I'm probably just gonna drop the game, to be honest. Like, yeah, like that's about as much as I care about it. And if I win the 50-50, maybe I'll play it for like another month until I get bored of it. But it's honestly, it's not that bad. It's just kind of like, when Genshin exists, it's like, why play that game, almost. So the plan for this stream, my controller isn't working, because I don't have the window selected. Okay, there we go. So the plan for this week, am I talking too loud? I think the audio's fine. Game audio. Okay, so I'm gonna have to turn the language over to English. do the voice, just because we're doing the story quests. There's the new Clorinde quest, which just came out. I could do the test run for that. This event just came out. We got 8 days. It has a weapon. Yeah, I should definitely make sure to do that. Maybe I'll do it on the next stream. Like 8 days means that I should have time to do it. Yeah, let's try Clorinde. I already tried her off stream, and I think like visually, really cool. Really cool. Like one of the coolest like visual characters. She's a sword user, and like everything is just about being like really fast and electrified. And she has a gun. It's just her gameplay, I feel like, is a bit repetitive. You kind of just activate her skill and then you just kind of...
Into the shadows.
You just kind of mash the attack button.
Hunt them down.
Reverse looks sick though.
Check this out.
Check this out.
Hands where I can see them. Drop your weapons. Move it. Time to testify.
Time to testify. Isn't she like a duelist? I think you're like past the point of testifying if you're fighting Clorinde.
Into the shadows.
Oh, you can still... Oh, you can still run around. Okay. I feel like I'm playing Wuthering Waves. And I'm like waiting for like the time dodges and stuff. Okay. I mean, that makes it a little better. I thought you couldn't move at all when you used her skill. Let's see how my coffee turned out today. Not bad. Actually, not bad. I'm gonna have to remember what I did today. Because that's the thing about doing pour-over coffee. It's like, it's so... The slightest bit of difference in how you make it changes how it tastes by a lot. So like, even the fineness of the grounds and like how you pour it and stuff like that. It's just like, it changes it drastically. The temperature of the water you put in. Okay, so we're doing Clorinde's quest. I think I already have it unlocked. I think next stream I'll probably do Xianyun's quest. I don't know if I care about Chiori, to be honest. No offense, Chiori. But... Enable focused experience mode to avoid conflicts. I will do that, and hopefully... Okay. They just materialized as soon as I activated the quest.
Let's go check out what's going on.
Okay, stream is good.
Still no dice?
Not at all. And I've asked pretty much everyone in the court of Fontaine already.
Not true, it's not a
Lynette's
cutscene.
as soon as she heard that we'd have to be out and about for days on end. And Fremine, he hid himself under his helmet as soon as he realized there'd be people around that he didn't know.
What about Chiori and Charlotte? I feel like both of them would be more than up to it.
I've asked them already, but they're both pretty busy right now. I just gave the members of the Spina a few days off, too, so I don't want to bother them either.
This is getting pretty difficult.
I have to turn the volume up.
What's up? Oh my. Well, if it isn't my dear partners, how are you all doing?
Huh. Navia?
Huh? Oh, you mean...
Yep, this is our chance.
Okay.
Do you need our help with something? Oh, precisely. My dear partners, we've got a huge problem right now that only you can solve. Whoa, for real?
Absolutely. We've already exhausted all our other options.
Traveler, Paimon,
What tragedy
would
is
you
going to
join
befall
us
Navia
and
today?
play Marechaussee Hunter Judgment Day? Marechaussee what now?
It's a new game script by the Tabletop Troupe, a local roleplay adventure club.
Ever heard of the Tabletop Troupe? They put out games that allow you to participate in a story and
They
roleplay
want us to join
characters
their
with your friends.
D&D.
Oh, I've loved their stuff ever
game.
since I was a kid. That sounds super interesting. Clorinde and I are both veteran members of the club. Recently, someone came up with a new script and was looking for people to help playtest it for them. And when they asked, of course I couldn't refuse. I mean, come on, a brand new script? Nobody has ever played it before.
Generally speaking, scripts at that level of development have a lot of issues, but I think this one is pretty solid. The author obviously put a lot of work into the story, and the world building is also quite credible.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! I know I was the one that handed you the script, but some of us haven't read it yet. No spoilers, please.
Why do I feel like
Anyway,
Navia's voice
The
is
script
different?
calls for a team of 4.
Didn't we like do her quest last time? I don't remember it being like
player
this.
right now.
Or maybe she was just so depressed it sounded different.
So, you're saying you'll help us out? I knew I could count on you, partner. Paimon and the Traveler are kind of a package deal. Is that okay?
That's not a problem. I'll adjust the
Traveler,
pace based
you're
on the actual
invited.
number of
Paimon, you
players
stay home.
and ensure that everyone has a good time.
Well, Traveler, what do you think? Wanna play? Paimon will follow your lead.
Yeah, this is
Well,
good coffee.
that solves our problem. You have our thanks.
Woohoo! I'll go grab the script manager from the club right away.
The script manager? Didn't you just say that you gave Clorinde the script?
The club introduced a completely new kind of gameplay for the script. In this iteration, the Game Master's version of the script is incomplete. The script manager provides the next part of the script only after players have completed the current list of objectives. On top of that, in order to increase player immersion, the club has created some of the story's sets and scenes in real life. We'll only know where we should go once the script manager reveals the starting location.
Wow, you're right. Whoever wrote this script really did put in a lot of work.
And it's got a real healthy amount of suspense, right? I mean, even the GM doesn't know how the story will end.
I look forward to experiencing it with you all.
Why don't you go meet up with the others first? They should all be waiting at Chioria Boutique. I'll come over with the script manager as soon as I find them.
Sounds good. Remember to always watch where you're going.
This really does sound
and
like
don't
a,
rush.
a game of D&D.
You say that like
campaign,
I'm 6 years
as they
old
call
or
it.
something. Let me think. What kind of character should I play this time?
I mean, I think that's actually what
just
they're
hope
going
you'll
for.
pick up some useful skills this time. Oh, and stop trying to persuade every animal you come across.
So the other thing we're doing today is I think there's a new interlude quest. Yeah, cold case commission. So I think that has like Dainsleif in it. It's like a story quest, main story. So we'll see how that goes.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Ah, you're back! Huh? And you've got the Traveler and Paimon with you too!
What a pleasant surprise. I assume you'll be joining us for the game then?
Linny, Farina! Paimon didn't know you were playing too! Are you also members
I feel
of
like
the
I should be
Club?
hiding my face cam during like these dialogue portions. But then I feel like
I'm more
I'll
of a
never
casual
be
member
on
of
screen in that case.
I haven't taken part in many formal club activities. Lynette Fremine and I play something similar at the Hotel Bouffe Tété sometimes, but I'm usually the GM. Still, I'm sure it'll be fun being a player for the first time. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, I'm not a member of the club at all. Clorinde simply woke me up first thing this morning, said there was a good script worth experiencing, and asked if I wanted in.
If you're interested, I can give you a referral.
I don't think anyone
should
can
give you a
outdo
40% discount on
Fiorina's
membership fees.
Japanese voice.
I think I'll wait to see how this experience plays out first, especially when it comes to the quality of the script.
Like it really
If
hammers
it's
home like
sufficiently
how
fun,
insecure she
then I'll
is.
join.
Like it's
Do
just
you
like a perfect
participate
voice
in
for
a lot
her.
of tabletop troop activities, Clorinde?
You could say that. She's actually one of the few senior game masters of the troupe.
Right. I knew about that even when she was still my subordinate.
It's nothing. Really, just a small hobby of mine.
Wow. Paimon's so used to seeing you be all upstanding and intimidating as the champion duelist. It's kind of hard to imagine you role-playing
We have to
with a bunch
challenge her
of
to a
friends.
duel if we don't agree with her on her game rules.
Surely you jest. I would never intentionally make things difficult for my players. I maintain a clear boundary between my professional and personal lives. The me you see at court represents the law and order of Fontaine. I put all personal feelings to the side and grant a fair duel to all who seek to defend their honor. But in my personal life, I'm just an ordinary person. Someone who feels anger and sadness, just like everyone else.
Well, you say that, but for all the time I've known you, I don't think I've ever seen you cry. I've seen you get angry, sure, but now I'm wondering whether you were actually mad or if it just looked that way from the outside.
I was probably in work mode during those times.
Is that so? Well, in any
So how long
case,
until we're getting
I
the
just feel like even in
Natlan
your personal
leaks?
life, you don't get emotional very often.
So you
Like, I feel
want
like
to see me cry?
The Fontaine and
That might be a
Sumera
little difficult.
characters got like
A
leaked
show of
way
anger, though,
super
that
early.
might be something I could accomplish.
No, that's not what I meant.
No, like Natlan is right around the corner and we still don't know anything.
Ah, I'm back! Here, allow me to introduce you to the script manager, Mr. Florian.
Pleasure to meet you all.
Hello. Wait, are you a champion duelist too, Mr. Florian?
Oh, no. This is just the costume provided by the club. I occasionally play a few of the roles in my scripts.
That sounds like a lot of work.
It's nothing. It's the least we can do to give the players a more immersive experience. Anyway, allow me to give you a brief introduction of the script. This script was adapted from the real history of the Marushose hunters. You all will play the role of hunters from a bygone era and resolve a series of events unfolding in the capital.
Marushose Hunters.
I'm not super familiar with the history
That's
of
like
the Marushose
the
hunters.
artifact
Is
set,
there a
right?
problem?
Oh, no problem at all. I
I'm
can
not-
give you a
I don't
brief
pay attention to
rundown.
the lore.
So, basically,
I don't read the
Marushose
item
hunters
descriptions.
were people who dedicate themselves to hunting monsters and protecting the city by using a special swordsmanship technique passed down over generations. Their
Well, you
story can be
basically
traced
explained
back
it there.
to the ancient Remurian dynasty, as well as the first hunter, Cassiodor. But I'll leave the finer details for you to seek out and discover later.
Mm-hmm. And I'll provide additional commentary as the story progresses.
In that case, brave hunters, are you ready to set out on an unknown adventure?
Whoa.
Very long pause at the end of
Like we're in
that.
the story already.
Aha.
I think I'm
I
gonna
see many a
help
determined
skip
gate
this along.
before me. Very well. Head over to this location and begin your heroic journey.
So, as we follow the story, it leads us to specific scenes? Ooh, sounds pretty innovative.
What does the message in the envelope say?
It's the exact location of the scene, as well as the formal permission to use the venue. Huh, seems like they have everything prepared. Please check all your belongings, everyone, and make sure you haven't forgotten anything. Once you're ready, please follow me to the designated location.
Sounds good. Hunter Squad, move out!
All right, so there's a challenge over there. I kind of want to do it. I'm sure it'll I'm sure it'll lead to where the quest goes anyway. I think the game might be a little loud. Maybe I'll turn it down a bit. Turn it down to like 40. That's probably better, right? Yeah. Never mind, it's going the exact opposite direction. Don't worry, I'm using Dea. That means I gain like 10% movement speed during the day. And people say she's not a good character. I'll smash this test. Just watch. It didn't grab... Okay, no it did. I thought I missed an orb. How am I running on water? A remarkable chest.
I could make a tidy sum selling some of this.
I totally wanted a piece of furniture that I'm never gonna use. I may as well just fast travel back, to be honest. I have so many crystal cores, by the way. Like, let me see here, because I never farm for artifacts, really. I have... How many do I have? Should be here, right? 536. I have no idea where I got that many. I remember back when I was like scrounging up crystal cores because I kept running out of them. Am I at the wrong place? No, I'm not. You know, when they mentioned a venue, I didn't expect a tent.
Whoa.
I mean, it's more of a
They really
shack.
have thought of everything. Even the photometer is here and ready to go for us.
The photometer. What's that?
It's a card that's used to determine action success or failure. We'll need to use it when we try to use certain skills.
And what about
Are
all
we
the
gonna
dessert
roll
and tea?
dice?
Is that for us as well?
That's what the message said.
Really? That's so nice. It feels just like a tea party with friends. Those snacks have Paimon's name written all over them.
I think you might be more of a snack hunter than a Marachose hunter, Paimon.
Snack Hunter Paimon reported for duty. If there are delicious snacks to be found, Paimon will track down every last one. The desserts are great, but I'm still looking forward
Whenever
to
I
the story
make coffee
more than anything.
for his stream, I feel like I
Very
always
good.
finish it in the first
Then
30 minutes.
let us begin. First, please pick up the blank character cards in front of you.
Oh no.
And write down your name and profession.
Linny?
You can find an abbreviated version of the rules printed on the back of your character card. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
I think Linny has a question about the crab on his plate.
Everyone is a Marachose hunter. To reflect this, the club has prepared a small badge for everyone.
Can you please pan over to Linny?
As
The
hunters,
crab is
you have
just...
proficiency in swordsmanship and fighting by default, so there's no need to allocate any additional skill points to those areas.
The crab's just in his tea.
Paimon's not sure she can do all that on her own. Maybe Paimon can just stick with you?
Why don't you share a character card then? The Traveler will be the Marachose hunter, and you can be his little floating assistant.
Kinda like in real life.
So, for the name, do I fill it out with the name of my character?
Yep. It can be any name you like.
You can use your real name too if you
This
want.
really is just
I do
a
that whenever
D&D
I get too
game.
lazy to think of a new name.
Oh, so it would be like experiencing a different life, but still as yourself. That's not a bad idea.
In that case, I think I'll continue to use the name Linny then.
Next up is the skill sheet. You have a limited amount of skill points that you can use to learn a number of skills. The more points
I
you
pick
invest
what
in a
my name is
particular
going to
skill,
be?
the easier it will be to pass associated checks.
I'll take persuasion and investigation. Those are must-haves when it comes to missions like these.
Oh, those skills sound like they'd be useful for gathering intelligence. Good idea, Navia. Just as expected of a veteran player. So should we also take those skills then?
Not necessarily. Since we're working together as a team, we could leave the negotiations to Navia and use our skill points to pick up other
This crab
useful
is still
skills.
here.
For example, I
This
think I'll
crab
take
is our,
stealth and sleight of hand.
6th player.
That will give us more options if we run into any situations we can't negotiate our way out of.
Oh, interesting. I wasn't thinking about it like that. I suppose it's not so different from an acting troupe. Everyone has their own role to play. Let me see. I'll take arts and performance. I'm not quite sure what use they'll be, but I'm not as knowledgeable about the other
Do you think it's
skills,
socially acceptable to
and
drink coffee
I'm
through a
not too
straw?
confident I'd be able to roleplay them
I
well.
feel like it would be better for the teeth.
Well, that leaves us. What do you want to learn, Traveler?
I doubt it matters. Let's learn cooking.
Gotta say, this suits you really well. Nothing boosts morale like good food.
And medicine.
Ooh, so you want to help people when they're injured. That's nice of you. So what do you think? Are you sure you want to learn these 2 skills?
Sure.
Let's see. Oh, looks like you each have enough points to choose one final skill.
You've all picked such classic skills. It's fine to go a little bit out of the box, you know.
Why do I get the feeling she's getting ready to cause trouble?
For example, this one here. Summon. Doesn't it sound super mysterious and cool?
Oh, I saw that one just now as well. The description says, this skill can be used under certain circumstances to summon characters or creatures that fit the script's world-building rules.
This crab is
The
still
script's
here, man. Now it's in my
world-building
tea.
rules, huh? But how are we supposed to know what a Marachose hunter can summon?
Oh, that's not for us to worry about, my friend. Just learn the skills
I don't
that
want to drink this
interest you,
tea now.
and the GM will take care of the rest.
All right, you've convinced Paimon. Let's learn summon then. Paimon can't wait to see what kind of thing shows up.
Well, now that everyone's more or less finished creating their characters, we can begin. Since 2 of our players are doing this for the first time, though, let me ask.
I just got both eyes on this
Would you
crab,
like
bro.
to play on easy mode or authentic mode?
Authentic mode. I'm a gamer.
What's the difference between the 2?
Well, in role-playing games, the story sometimes changes based on the decisions of the players and the results of the Fatometer. For example, if you fail a check, that means you cannot use the target skill in that scenario. A critical failure may even result in further negative consequences. If you choose to play in authentic
The
mode,
crab is back to
every
Linny
time you
now.
elect to use a skill, you'll need to use the Fatometer to see whether you succeed or fail, and face any consequences that may follow. If you choose easy mode instead, every check will be successful by default, and you won't have to worry about luck playing a factor.
Ugh, easy mode. Wait, so we're actually playing a game. Okay. Let's see. Draw a card, random number between 1 and 20. If the number displayed is greater than or equal to the check difficulty, you will pass this check. Players' role-playing in the scene and the story can sometimes affect the results of the checks. Your current check bonuses will be added to your randomly drawn number, making it easier to pass checks in easy mode. All checks are successful.
Given that I
Can't really play easy mode then. It's not really playing the
I
game.
should pick easy mode. I'd feel bad if I brought the team down by failing my checks.
Huh? Oh, come on. Don't worry about that. RNG is the lifeblood of role-playing games. I'm going with authentic mode for sure. Never
It's funny
knowing
coming
what you
from
might have to overcome.
coming from the makers of a
Doesn't
gacha
that
game.
sound exciting?
I'd rather be mentally prepared for what might happen.
All right, then I'll mark down Farina for easy mode. All her checks will be successful by default. As usual, Navia and Linny will play on authentic mode.
What about
I'm really
you two,
glad my
partner?
hotkeys
How
are
would
working
you like
now.
to play?
This freaking crab, man. This crab is a main character by this point. We're going authentic.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Trust me, you'll see the beauty of RNG. Honestly, I don't think Clorinde would make things too difficult for us, no matter what the Fatometer says. Isn't that right, Clorinde?
No promises.
That wasn't super reassuring.
Well, anyway,
I feel like
enough
easy
talk.
mode isn't
Let's
actually
get
even playing the
started.
game,
I
to be
want to
honest.
experience at least a good chunk of the story today.
Speaking of the story, why is the beginning scene on a beach?
Well, that's because
How nobody
a long time ago,
nobody
back
even
when
talks
human
about the crab.
civilization was still in its infancy, powerful demons and evil sorcerers ruled over the land.
I can still
They
see the
created
crab
a
shadow.
host of monsters and sent them to slaughter all humans in existence. Soon, a group of human rebels banded together. With their swords raised, they swore to brave the darkness, and in doing so, subdue each and every monster that sought their destruction. They became known as the Marachose Hunters.
Okay. Oh, it's loading. Okay. I thought the game crashed.
Sometime later, as a member of the Marachose Hunters, you receive a commission. Following the address provided on the message, you take a boat and arrive at this strange city. As you inhale, you can taste the slightly salty air of the docks as
I
you
feel like I
begin
need
to
to hide my
survey your
face cam, to be
surroundings.
honest.
There aren't many people in the vicinity, but you do take note of a few others who, like you, seem to be sizing up this place. Your eyes meet, and you realize these people are fellow Marachose hunters.
Wait, didn't you all
Well,
arrive
you're
together?
Marachose
Oh,
hunters
I
too,
didn't mean
right?
to skip.
Allow me to introduce myself. The name's Navia, monster hunter by trade and helpful neighborhood businesswoman on the side. What say you to traveling together? We can help each other out on the road.
This is nice art.
Count me in. My name is Linny. I've been wandering since I was little and picked up a few less than legal tricks along the way. I was adopted by a Marachose hunter and later chose to follow in his footsteps.
Would be
Is
nice
this
if they,
where you introduce your character to
would be
everyone?
nice if these were available
Sounds
skins,
like
but you know
you've done
that's
this
not gonna
dozens
happen.
of times. My name is Farina, and I grew up in a noble family, I always had a strong interest in performance and the arts. Even though I'm a marche-say hunter, what I really want is to be a performing artiste.
Hey, that's really cool. You can do it, Farina. That's exactly how it's done.
Sorry, I'm just adjusting the lighting here.
Friend and companion to this marche-say
Okay.
hunter right here.
We used to, I mean, either of these could be correct, given what I... it doesn't
I've
matter.
been studying the culinary arts since
Oh my
I was
god,
a
he has
child.
voices.
I hope my delicious food can help boost people's spirits.
Everybody
That's
shut up,
wonderful.
travelers talking.
I'll be looking forward to your cooking during our adventures together.
Well, if we're all here for the same commission, why don't we take some time to confirm what we need to do?
You open your envelopes at the same time. The message reads, "To the honorable and trustworthy marechaussee hunters, our kingdom is currently facing a grave crisis. The lands outside the capital have been overtaken by monsters, and our people are being led astray by forces of wickedness.
Don't worry, guys,
We
I'm a
beseech
chef.
you,
I can
please
take care of
help us
this.
resolve this crisis and return peace and stability to our home."
Huh. The layout of this city looks super familiar. It kind of reminds Paimon of Mondstadt.
The scriptwriter must have used a real-world city as a reference when coming
Hey
up with
guys,
the
you're
map.
breaking character.
As experienced hunters, the layout of the city reminds you of places once
My immersion
traveled.
is shattered.
You recall the sight of tree-lined streets and the gentle tranquility of days gone by. Yet, as you regard the city in front of you, it
That
appears
is
to
just
be
straight
little
up
more
Mondstadt.
than an empty shell. Its hollow
At least the
gates are
buildings.
open to you, beckoning you to come forth and bring salvation back to the town.
I carefully read every line of the letter and turn my attention to the signatures at the bottom. Who issued this commission to us?
You see a long string of unfamiliar names. It would seem that many of the residents of the city issued this commission together. They sensed that things were not right within the kingdom and sent a distress signal to the outside world.
In that case, why don't we take a walk around the city and see if we can learn anything from the local residents?
Oh, good idea. We might be able to get some leads on the monsters and bad guys we're after.
Gotta say, they put a lot of
You
effort
look up and
into
see a
this
tavern nearby.
story
It
quest.
appears to be open for the
Like, I
day.
actually forgot that it was a
Why don't we
story
go
quest.
check
I
out
thought it
that
was an
tavern?
event for a second.
If the novels I've read are anything to go by, taverns are usually full of information.
Wait, this is just Mondstadt. Can I talk to people? Oh, I'm very limited in where I can go. Looking at the minimap.
As you approach the tavern, you find a plainly dressed woman
Hello,
standing nearby.
MAA.
She
Welcome
appears
to the
be
stream.
rather troubled about something.
Because I know you're gonna ask, hey, what did I miss? I'll just tell you.
Greetings,
We're just doing a
friend.
story quest right now.
Lovely weather we're having today.
And they're playing,
don't you think?
totally not Dungeons and
Oh,
Dragons.
Hello. I suppose you're right. The weather today is quite lovely. If only those monsters out there would stop causing trouble.
It seems like every character included in the script has a certain amount of useful information to offer. If we keep asking questions, we might be able to get some good leads.
Yeah, welcome to the stream.
Come
How you
now,
doing?
Don't be sad. Life is all about optimism. Oh,
I feel like this is
reminds
probably
me,
gonna be a longer stream
did you
because I'm
have
doing
for
like 2
breakfast
story
this morning?
quests.
Huh?
The violin slaps.
I don't think that's the kind of question we're supposed to ask.
nothing turns a frown upside down like good food.
I actually
How
don't hear
about
any
some
violin.
macarons? I could make
Maybe
you
I
some.
missed it.
You didn't even take cooking.
Doing
as one
okay,
of
just
your skill
procrastinating a lot.
proficiencies.
It's the weekend.
That's not necessary.
How are you?
miss.
I am fine.
Excuse me
I'm
for saying
good.
this,
Thank
but
you for asking.
don't really look like a chef. Besides, I'm not really a fan of sweets.
So you're someone who barely smiles and doesn't like sweets. You're really starting to remind me of this one friend of mine. Hey, did she just... Me?
Clorinde must have broke character for a second. This isn't getting us anywhere. Traveler, maybe you can
That
think of
Paimon art is
something.
pretty good.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
In that
sure.
case, please refer to the fatometer.
Let's roll the dice. I cook a dish. I mean, I feel like this is just gonna be random no matter what. Okay.
We failed the check.
You remain silent as you prepare a pot and fire to use for cooking. The woman stares at you with her mouth agape as you skillfully cut the ingredients
someone's
and
friend.
toss them into the pot.
Welcome to the stream.
Perhaps your skills have regressed due to lack of use, but soon the unpleasant smell of something burnt fills the air.
I feel like I'm not creative enough to play Dungeons and
Screwed it
Dragons.
up.
It's all black around the edges.
I appreciate the thought, but I think I'll pass.
So did they make it so that
Miss, we'd love to learn more about
you
the
could pass or
monsters you
fail and it
mentioned.
is just random
If you're willing
chance,
to
or is it
open
all
up to
just
us, We
scripted?
might just be able
So
to
that's
help
what I'm
resolve
wondering.
the troubles you're facing.
Because I feel like that's a lot of effort to put into like all the... Oh, okay, sure, he passes the skill check, sure.
You weren't even the one that learned persuasion.
My troubles, you say? I'm not sure they're so
Yeah,
easily
so,
resolved,
welcome
but
to
I
the stream,
suppose it
someone's
wouldn't hurt
friend.
to share them with you.
We're doing the Clorinde story
A horde of
quest,
monsters suddenly
which is
appeared near the capital
apparently
recently.
she likes playing
all the
Dungeons and
gods were
Dragons,
dispatched to fight
so
them.
we're playing Dungeons and Dragons, except Genshin edition.
Do you remember when those monsters appeared?
After this, there's a
I'm not
Dainsleif
completely sure.
quest,
All I know is that my
like one of those
husband was
interlude
dispatched to fight
quests,
them 3 days
which
ago.
I'm looking forward to,
Do
because
you
it's been a
know
while.
where he was sent?
It all happened so fast. When we said our goodbyes, he couldn't even
Wait,
tell
she's
me
out?
where they
Yeah.
were sending him.
You have our thanks, friend. We'll find and defeat those
She
monsters
just came
as
out
soon as
like
possible.
this
We
week?
sincerely hope your husband will be
Few
able
days
to
ago?
return to your side soon.
Oh, thank you.
Don't worry. We'll find him. Just try to remain optimistic and wait for good news. We don't always get to
Once I
choose
get a
what
chance, I
happens
can
to
do
us.
the... I
But we
mean,
do
I
get
think
to
you'll
choose the
probably
little
play
things
as
like
Clorinde during
what
this
we
quest,
eat and how we
so then I can
respond to
show
the
you
things
what
life
she
throws our
does.
way. I
She's
hope
very
that one
cool
day
looking.
You too will recognize the power of something as small and inconsequential as a delicious
She's just like
dessert.
super like speedy and fast and electric.
I'll do my best. You bid farewell to the woman and continue your journey further into the city.
Door of Resurrection. Can you actually even die here? I mean, I have like my actual equipment.
As you venture further into the city, the streets appear largely empty. An elderly woman walks past. You see her shake her head as she puts away her wrinkled wallet.
Oh yeah, you missed
A nearby
Wuthering
merchant
Waves
folds
last
his
week.
arms and gives
That was,
you a
it was a
disdainful
fun
look.
stream. I enjoyed
You
it,
get
I
the
was just kind of
impression that
sick.
he's someone who has long gotten used to the sight before him.
Hello, Andy Esso. How you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Although he doesn't seem very friendly, merchants are usually a good source of information, right?
Pardon me, sir. I'd like to ask a question if I may.
That depends. How much are you willing to pay?
How about this much?
That's quite a vocal range you got there, Clorinde.
What do you take me for? Some lowly beggar? You can't even buy half an onion with that amount.
Surely an onion can't be that expensive, right?
What do you know? War's nearly upon us. Everything costs several times what it did before. If you're not gonna buy anything, then scram.
Whoa, what a nasty guy. Maybe we shouldn't even
I
bother
wonder what-
talking to him.
But he
I wonder
still
how
might
that
have
sounds in
information
different
we need.
languages.
Traveler, can you think of something?
So Navia went for persuasion. I mean, we can ask her to try.
Sir, we came to this city to solve the very problem you seem to be referring to. The war you mentioned, would it happen to be against the monsters outside the city? If you happen to be well informed and know a thing or two about what's going on,
Let's hope she gets a
we'd
good role, I
appreciate it
guess.
if you could share that information with us. After all, the sooner this problem gets resolved, the easier it will be for you to do your business.
What? Bro, how did I get a 2 when I rolled?
Well, things are basically as you said, young lady. Those monsters are camped outside the city, and they've been destroying all our trade
Everyone
routes.
else is out here getting
We have
like
limited reserves
super
within
like
the city, so if this continues, we're all gonna be in big trouble.
super high rolls.
You're saying no one has put a plan in place to distribute supplies or maintain order?
We could all starve, and those nobles in the palace wouldn't even break a sweat. Who knows? Maybe they've been in cahoots with the monsters all along.
That is concerning.
All right. That's all the information you need, right? Off with you now. I've still got business to do.
You know, if you smiled a little more, you'd definitely get more business. And I bet that would make your life just a little bit sweeter. I'm not saying it's guaranteed to work. It's just a tip.
They really put a lot of effort
Go somewhere with more
into.
people?
Oh,
I'm in the right place.
how about the city square? Follow me.
They really put a lot of effort into this story quest.
Before you lies the city's central square. You see a man with a slightly anxious look on his face, pacing back and forth, his head hanging low. He doesn't seem to notice your approach. Still immersed in his own thoughts, he shakes his head and lets out a long sigh.
I just wonder how long it's gonna be.
This guy seems promising enough. Maybe I can get some information out of him.
I can't remember which skills
Hello,
Furina
sir.
picked. I was too distracted by the
anything I
crab
can
on
do
the
to help
table.
you?
Wait, you're... Oh, dear goodness! You're a Marashose hunter!
You recognize us? Ah, are you one of the people who wrote the commission letter?
Yes! Oh, I didn't expect you to actually come. Oh, what
Just the
great
thought
news!
of
The city
Clorinde
is saved!
doing this voice
What
is very
happened
funny
here?
to me.
Alas, we once lived comfortable, carefree lives. This city used to be free of monsters. The first Marashose hunter, Casiodor, the Golden Hunter, he was the one who drove them back. However, monsters have once again surrounded the city. Perhaps the seal that kept them at bay has lost its power. Or perhaps an evil sorcerer has been meddling in our affairs. All I know for sure is that their return has stripped the city of any chance at peace.
Are there not enough soldiers to drive them out?
It's not a question of numbers. The guards simply have no idea how to deal with them. Most people my age have never even seen one of the monsters, much less been trained to fight against them. What's worse, many of us don't even know the history of the Marashose hunters anymore. When I was a child, though, my grandfather would tell me stories about how the Marashose hunters drove back the monsters. So, on the off chance that something might come of it,
I mean, my
I
character's
decided
not
to
even a
reach out to
fighter
you.
in this story.
to be perfectly honest, I was starting to think all those stories were just tall tales. But now that I've seen you in person, I finally know that it was true.
Well, you can rest easy, friend. The righteous and formidable Marashose hunters are on the case.
The man is touched by your determination and resolve. His eyes begin to well with tears of relief.
Still, if we are going to hunt
It's
the
gonna be funny if
monsters, we need
if
to
I
know
miss a
where to
skill
find them.
check
Can you
on
give
like
us any leads?
a medic skill and I
All
accidentally
know
like
is that
kill
the area
one of
outside
the other
city is
characters.
dangerous. I'm afraid I can't point you toward a specific location. Oh, although, if you leave the capital through the main gate and follow the road, you should run into a group of guards. They might know more about where to find the monsters.
I see. We'll go look for them then.
Yeah.
All right.
Certified
Be careful.
oopsie.
Oh, and one last thing. The monsters outside the city are just part of the problem. There are evil sorcerers inside the city as well, so be on your guard. They're actively working with the monsters, and have corrupted the court ministers with malicious magic. They're the reason why, even inside the city, everything has been a giant mess. Even one of our kindest ministers has turned into a boorish and unreasonable figure, interested in nothing but enacting laws that exploit the people. Who knows how much longer we'll be able to go on like this.
It would have
Talk
been
about being
really
stuck
cool
between a rock
if they
and a hard
actually made these
place.
costumes,
I feel bad for him.
but
Maybe we should try to cheer
that
him
would
up.
be a lot of effort. I could cook something. You know what? Let's get Fiorina to sing him a song.
Like, now? Is this really the right time?
I appreciate your kindness, but for now,
She hasn't
it's
done
more
a skill
important
check.
to
I need
focus on the
somebody else
crisis
to
at hand.
fail to make me
Brave
feel better.
hunters, I leave the future of this kingdom to you.
I doubt it would have let me cook
If I
either.
understood correctly, there are currently 2 problems in the kingdom that need solving, right?
Exactly. We need to defeat the monsters outside the city and take down the evil sorcerer stirring up trouble from within.
I think the crab is finally gone.
But which problem should we tackle first?
Well, this seems like a good moment for a break. Take some time and discuss what you want to do. Let me know when you've made your decision.
I really didn't expect the people in the city to keep us at arm's length like that. I totally thought the hunters would be treated like heroes.
Well, Clorinde said the script took cues from the real history of Fontaine, right? Maybe the real-life Marachose hunters were also treated
I
like
need
that.
somebody else to fail to make me feel better.
Yeah,
that's how you make it through life.
Perfect representation of history, but there are definitely some similarities. Would you like to hear more about it?
Sure. As long as it doesn't spoil anything in the
And
script.
so far, I'm
You brought
the
up bits
only
and
one that
pieces of
failed the skill
hunter's
check.
history before, but it was all in passing.
Paimon wants to know too. The hunters were super powerful.
I need
right?
other people
Were
to be
they all
dragged down
from a
to my
special
level.
line of supernatural beings or something? Kind of like the yokai in Inazuma?
No. All Marachose hunters were ordinary mortal fighters. The only thing that set them apart were the special sword techniques passed down over the centuries.
Huh? So you mean anyone could become a Marachose
I wonder
hunter?
if it's like distracting that I'm like moving around in my chair
In
like
theory,
this.
yes. All you
And I'm
need
just
to
like
do is
wondering like
survive
what
the
if somebody
rigorous
like
training
streamed
and
with
master
a
the
like a
swordsmanship
standing
techniques
desk?
required to fight the monsters.
Like just completely just standing
Still,
up.
most people dropped out at the early
I feel like that would
stages,
look awkward.
and others called it quits the minute they saw a monster in person. To become a hunter, you must be strong in both body and mind.
What kind of monsters did the hunters fight exactly? Oh, and the evil sorcerer the script mentions. Did they exist in real life too?
The land of Fontaine once played host to an ancient dynasty known as Remuria. After that dynasty fell, monsters began to appear, intent on obstructing humans from establishing a new social order. One of the ancient sorcerers of Remuria used his power to assemble a formidable army of golems. He sought to use that force to establish
Was
himself as king.
Remuria
Now,
the
wait a second.
city that was like
Don't tell
underwater?
me that guy was the inspiration
I
for the
didn't
evil
really
sorcerer
finish
in the
that side
script.
quest.
We still haven't found any in-game information on him yet. So, why don't you talk about someone else for now?
Well, I wasn't planning on going into anything you might be able to find out in the game. But if you want me to talk about something else, then... How about Casiodor, the Golden Hunter? Or Egeria, the ex-Hydro Archon?
Wait, but those people are all from a super long time ago. Where did you learn all this, Clorinde?
From my master.
Huh. By master, you mean Miss Petronia?
Is someone you know?
Absolutely. Miss Petronia and my father were good friends. Back in the day, she would often bring Clorinde
Saw
over
my
to play,
ring light
but
flicker.
then,
And I'm hoping it doesn't
Let's
die
not get
like
off
the
topic.
last one.
Anyway, back to what I was
Ring
saying.
lights be expensive.
Responding to Egeria's call, a number of warriors followed Casiodor into battle against the monsters. This group of warriors, under Casiodor's leadership, became known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Yet, as Fontaine entered an era of peace, their work gradually became obsolete. The Marechaussee Phantom, originally an association made up of hunters, eventually came to be predominantly
BRB?
comprised of Melusines.
We're gonna be here for a while, to be honest.
See.
I feel like this
That
stream is
explains why
probably
most
gonna
of
be
the
like
people
5
in
or
the
6
script have
hours.
forgotten the hunters, or think of them as nothing more than a legend.
Is that really a bad thing, though? It can get tough always being the one shouldering everyone's expectations.
Depends on who you ask, I suppose. If the name of the organization no longer commands respect, investigative work is bound to suffer.
Speaking of investigations, which problem should we tackle first? Monsters or evil sorcerer?
I vote monsters. That's the main duty of the hunters, right? We can come back to the sorcerer later.
I feel like
Well
the
said,
sorcerer
Miss
should be
Farina.
first.
Plus, if the sorcerers really are the masterminds behind this whole thing, defeating the monsters could give us some clues on their intentions as well.
What about you, partner? What do you think?
I vote sorcerers, but you already picked monsters, so
I mean, you're not wrong. But those characters are usually the ones pulling the strings behind the scenes. More often than not, they're very formidable opponents. Going after them now might be jumping the gun a little bit. We don't want a total party kill on the first day, right? With Clorinde as the GM, I wouldn't rule out the possibility.
but I want to go after the sorcerers. Whatever, it's
Then
fine.
it's settled. Let's go hunt some monsters.
All right. After some discussion, you decide to turn around and head out of the city.
I feel like the skill checks are scripted. Like, definitely for these guys. Like, they're like guaranteed to pass or whatever if they need to. But when I failed the skill check, I feel like that was scripted too.
An armored man approaches you. He has a tall, muscular build and a determined expression in his eyes. Just one look, and you can tell he's fought in his fair share of battles. Although he's trying his best to conceal his current state, his uneven gait and the sweat dripping down his forehead make it obvious that he's been wounded and is in serious pain. I'm the captain of the guard. I saw you sneaking around the city earlier, so I'll only ask this once. State your purpose, or it's off to the dungeons for the lot of you.
I really want to know how this sounds in different languages. Like how much range the other Clorinde voice
I
actors
said
have.
talk, not whisper between yourselves.
Have you ever heard of the Marechaussee Hunters?
Marechaussee Hunters? Ha! That fairy tale, you mean? What, you expect me to believe you're one of them?
That's true. I could help him. Let's try. I'm gonna go for the first card, because they won't expect that. Yes! I don't know if that's scripted or not. I feel like I have to, like, look up later if these
Using your knowledge of
roles are
medicine,
scripted.
You're able to deduce that the injury on his calf was a monster's doing, and the wound has already begun
Back?
to fester.
I passed a skill
As
check,
you check him
someone's
over,
friend.
He looks at you with suspicion.
I'm good at
and
video
drags his
games.
injured leg further back.
I'm a doctor by trade. Please, let me redress your wound. You don't have to suffer like this.
The man appears somewhat disgruntled
something
at
of a
having
doctor
been
myself.
exposed, but soon relents and raises his leg for you to take a better look. He allows you to apply a poultice of specialized medicine to the wound, and it appears to bring him much relief. The tension in his brow eases. All right. Guess you lot might actually be real Marechaussee hunters after all. In any case, you've successfully treated my wound. So, what do you want to know?
I applied a band-aid to
we can
him,
find the
and he
monsters,
believed that
or
we're
the
all
other guards who are
Marechaussee
fighting them?
hunters.
He informs you of the various locations where monsters have appeared. He looks in that general direction with a pained gaze, as if a thin, invisible thread is pulling on his wound. Some of our new recruits have never even dealt with a petty thief, and now they're out there fighting monsters. If it weren't for this cursed leg.
Oh, please, sir. Don't get too worked up. You need to focus on your recovery.
NPC
Just leave
100.
the monsters to us. We're Marechaussee hunters, after all.
Hearing you say that, a glimmer of hope flashes in his eyes. But it disappears almost as quickly as it came. Those monsters aren't easy to deal with. But if you insist on going, I won't stop you either. I just hope all the guards will be able to come back to their families alive. I wish you the best of luck.
Didn't they say there was going to be like multiple locations for this game? And we're still only at the first one, right?
Said the monster should be right up ahead. Let's go. Hopefully we're not too late.
This might be a long quest. I mean, either way, I'm doing both quests today.
As you
I'm not
approach the
going back on
battlefield,
that.
You see numerous people lying by the side of the road.
Unless this one
They
quest
appear
takes
to be
until like 3
dressed
a.m.
like guards. Their faces are filled with desperation and terror. Some are screaming
Spin.
and cursing in vain, as if still trying to banish the monstrosities they saw from their minds.
How fast can I spin? I think there's a limit. Can't talk to him. Alright, let's keep going.
A few of the wounded look up
Kuru
at you
kuru.
in shock and disbelief. Quick, leave this place. Turn around and don't look back, they yell.
Turn 360 degrees and walk away. They keep giving me doors of resurrection, but there hasn't been a point where I could actually die. I mean, if Clorinde is the
This is
The
the place you
DM.
mentioned, right?
then we're probably not
You
gonna
see
like play as her, are we?
broken iron swords scattered all around you, and downed trees riddled with terrifying claw marks. All the signs point to one thing. A truly devastating battle just took place here.
Be on your guard, everyone. The monsters might still be around.
Before you can finish your sentence, you hear rustling sounds from the surrounding bushes. The
Oh
monsters
no, it's
have
Rift
emerged.
Hounds.
They close in on you without fear. You get the impression that, in their bloodthirsty eyes, you're just another meal for them to devour.
A little help here. This thing wants to eat Paimon.
Your battle round begins now.
I mean, do I actually... Oh. A combat check, huh? I'm gonna pick the last card. And hopefully... You gotta believe in the heart of the cards. Okay, we're good. I feel like it's scripted. I feel like if you had bad luck and you just kept failing every check, there's no way you could win, right? I mean, it's actually letting me use my Jade Cutter, so that's good.
Germinate!
They gave me trial characters, but I don't need them. Because I actually leveled up my Traveler.
The next battle round begins now.
Okay, now I might actually need them. Or else we're gonna be here all day.
A proper send-down from the speed of...
And voila! Let's get this show on the road!
The monsters
We love the
let out
Traveler.
a terrifying roar
Yeah.
of anger and resentment before dissipating into thin air.
I actually leveled up
Thank goodness it's over.
Traveler, Amber, Lisa, and
We're
Kaya.
lucky the Marechaussee
Just to,
Hunter
like,
class came with all those
just for
preset
fun.
skill
It's-
points.
It gets kind of boring to only use like
trouble.
a strong
I
5-star
never knew
characters
the
that you
photometer
pull.
even determines the amount of damage you inflict. If you get unlucky, isn't it just game over right then and there?
That's part of the fun. The uncertainty of fate is what gives these games their appeal.
Just as you begin to celebrate your victory, a suspicious lump on the ground catches your attention.
A suspicious lump. Wait, could it be the thing that appears after every battle?
I walk up to it, crouch down, and begin to carefully examine it. I've still got my right glove on, so it should be fine for me to touch it, right?
As you investigate the mound, you discover that the exposed portion appears to be made of wood.
What is a
It was
treasure
previously
chest, but
obscured by the large form of the monsters. With the monsters gone, the small protrusion now awaits your discovery, poking out of the ground like a shy flower bud.
I don't know if anyone here has a skill to dig it up. I mean, I guess they just dig it up anyway.
With everyone's help, you successfully excavate the wooden chest from the ground, even without opening it. You can tell from the mora and jewels scattered around the chest that it must contain quite the fortune.
Nice try. I know a common chest when I see one.
Share what's inside.
I can understand your excitement, Paimon, but think about it. Doesn't it seem like there are people out there who need this treasure more than us?
Yeah. Think about all the people suffering in the capital. Or all those guards who got hurt fighting the monsters. Wouldn't it be better if we gave the treasure to them?
Wait, is that how it works? Paimon thought since we were the ones to dig it up, we could just take it for ourselves.
That's how
Well,
we've
let's put it
rolled
this
this
way.
far.
Any decision you make during a role-playing game can impact the future course of the story.
But would the people really believe us? It's hard enough for us to prove we're Marchese hunters. What if they think we procured the treasure illegally? They might get even more suspicious of us.
That's definitely something we should consider. Maybe we can come up with an explanation in advance.
Well, if donating it could cause that much trouble, why don't we use it to buy some gear and fill up on good food? Then we'll be ready to fight even more bad guys.
Paimon
Looks
really
like you're
wants to
facing
keep
a
it.
difficult choice once again. Well, it's getting late. Why don't we call it a day for now?
Wow, where did the time go?
I'm not sure if it's because
That
I'm
was a
having
weird
so much
laugh.
fun with you all,
Not that
or
I'm one to
because
talk.
the story is particularly enticing, but I feel like I could almost keep going.
Here, here. Ooh, how about we play through the night?
I'm not sure I'll have enough energy for that.
Yeah, that won't work for me either. Lynette will give me an earful if I get home too late.
I understand how you feel, Navia, but we have to change venues for the next part
This
of the story
conversation
anyway.
feels a little too real.
Huh? Another location?
Mm-hmm. There's a special note for the GM at the end of this section that says to proceed to an indoor set for the next part of the script.
Whoa, they really pulled out all the stops for this new script.
Well, even if we end the game for the day, we can still stay a little longer and hear Clorinde finish her story, right? Paimon wants to hear more about the history of the hunters.
Something tells me you just want to finish the free desserts before we break for the day.
And you guys haven't drank the tea yet. It's still like steaming hot on the table.
Food feels even worse than having to buy your own.
I know a crab crawled through it earlier, but it's still good.
Clorinde's master.
It's just seafood flavored now.
It's nothing. I appreciate the concern, but it's all in the past. It won't do any harm to share these things now. My earliest memories are of living with Master. According to her, she saved me from certain people of ill repute. My birth parents had left me behind some time before that.
What a heavy beginning for a life story.
Master was a fascinating individual. If inexperienced in the ways of raising children, my first ever toy was a short sword. Although I suppose it wasn't so much a toy as something Master removed from her waist and handed to a noisy child in need of distraction.
Oh, wait, so she handed an actual sword to a child? Isn't that dangerous? Did you hurt yourself?
Of course I did. I cut my palm and bled quite a lot.
You only
But
ever
Master
hurt
was not
yourself
concerned.
once.
She just stood there and casually lectured me about it. See, that's what you get for not holding the sword properly, she told me. She then crouched down next to me and said, "Give me your hand. I'll teach you to bandage this wound. After that, it's time to learn how to truly hold a blade."
Excuse me for asking this, Clorinde, but how old were you exactly when all this happened?
Probably around, 3, give or take.
How did you even lift a sword when you were 3?
Isn't that when most kids are still struggling to hold a fork?
As I said, Master was rather inexperienced in the ways of raising children. She believed trial and error was the best way to teach a child what they're capable of.
I'm not so sure this is a question of experience.
I didn't see anything wrong with her ways at the time. And anyway, children don't get to choose how they're raised. Oh, she did bring me back a pet from Liyue once. It was a Geovishap hatchling.
A Geovishap hatchling? For a pet? That seems even more dangerous.
What she said was this: make sure to get along, you two. If you really can't agree on something, just settle it with a fight. Whoever loses is the real pet.
And how old were you when this happened?
5.
Well, did you
Yeah,
win?
teaching kids how to play swords.
Oh, I lost.
So you're saying you actually became the
Reminds me of my
Geovishap
friend
pet?
whose driving instructor took her on the
Yes,
highway for her
But
first
only
lesson.
for a week.
That is
At the end of
dangerous.
That week, I defeated it in combat, and we've shared a cordial relationship ever since.
That really doesn't sound like the kind of childhood someone should have.
First time I drove, like
Later on, I gradually understood.
it's
that
really weird. It
Master
takes
most
some
likely
time
didn't
to
know
like
any other way
get
to
used
raise a
to
child.
how
was
the
a
steering
monstrous
wheel
hunter.
affects
But I never heard
like
her
how
bring
much
up
it
her own
turns and
weapons.
stuff like that. Like
Thanks to her, I learned how to navigate the forest by the age of 6, and could hunt monsters in the wild by myself the year after that. Even though the training she subjected me to was strict, she always made sure to take me traveling when she had the time. We met many of her friends during those days.
I feel like Clorinde
That
and
was also
Child
how
would be
I met
good
Mr.
friends.
Callis and his family.
I still remember the first time we met. You were too scared to join our picnic and hid behind Ms. Petronia the whole time.
I still hadn't really met many children my age at that time, so I didn't know how to interact with others.
After that, though, you started coming over a lot. You loved challenging people to shooting competitions, remember? I don't think many members of the Spina ever beat you in one of those.
I had a lot of fun.
For your
during those
first
days.
lesson, your driving instructor was holding onto the wheel.
I enjoyed them too. Oh, do you remember that
And
one
that's
time
one
we
way
went
to do it, I
exploring
guess.
around the Spina together? We overheard Papa call your master Fontaine's Protector of Justice. We tried to pretend like we never heard anything, but you nearly let it slip that one time.
What is going on with these lessons?
Protector of Justice. Oh, wait, you mean that vigilante hero from 20 years ago? The one who is always active at night?
Yep, that would be her. She often would put on a black cloak and go out at night. I never knew where she went or what she was doing. Until, like Navia said, we overheard the truth from Mr. Callis that night.
20 years ago, huh? I still remember the guards leaving all kinds of witness reports about her on Nervalette's desk.
My apologies.
Oh, there's no need to apologize. You had nothing to do with it. And anyway, everything she did was for a good cause. Although, calling herself the Protector of Order was a bit much. Especially when she deliberately operated outside the law.
Huh? When did the Protector of Justice become the Protector of Order?
Oh, she had a bunch of code names. I heard she would just come up with a name on the spot whenever she was asked. Later on, she probably got sick of answering.
This is gonna be a
questions
long
and
quest.
decided to stick to just two.
I'm just warning you
Protector,
right now.
justice,
There's so much
and
dialogue.
The protector of order.
That sounds like her, all right. I bet she forgot which of the two she'd use by the time she got back each night.
Well, she certainly sounds like a fascinating individual. With her strong sense of justice, it's no surprise her student followed in her footsteps.
How is that
It's true.
tea still
I always
steaming
wanted to
on the
become like
table?
her. Someone
You guys have been here all
powerful,
afternoon.
independent, and with a strong sense of conviction. But
But...
she suddenly disappeared the night I turned 10 years old.
Because it's a magic tea.
Disappeared? What happened?
I have no idea. She didn't even leave a note. I was never able to find out where she went. That night, I was celebrating my birthday at Navia's house. But Master never came to pick me up. When I returned home on my own, it was to an empty house. When she still didn't appear after a few days, I went to Mr. Callus's house to ask about her whereabouts. But he only shook his head.
Papa probably didn't know either. I know he sent a few people to investigate the matter in secret, but they never found any credible leads.
Don't worry, I understand. To be perfectly honest, given Master's personality and way of doing things, it all made a lot of sense. If I had to guess, I'd say she probably used it as an opportunity to force me to become independent. Just like how, when a litter of kittens reaches a certain age, the mother willingly leaves them behind.
Does that actually happen?
Were you upset, Clorinde?
I didn't know that.
I was at first, but not anymore. I don't believe Master would suddenly disappear for no reason. There must have been
Master
something
went
she
out
just
for
had
cigarettes.
to do.
Well, despite everything, you still managed to follow in her footsteps and become the greatest champion duelist in all of Fontaine. You're practically a living symbol of law and justice.
I suspect my position would be far too by the books for her. Master always did whatever she pleased. But you're right. I suppose I do take after her in some ways.
Who knew Clorinde had such an interesting past?
To be honest, I'm not
never had the chance
I'm not
to
like
ask
big
her
on
about it
Clorinde's
before.
color scheme, to be honest.
I wonder
I feel like it's way too much
if
blue.
Clorinde's master were the champion duelist back then.
When she was like initially
Would that
leaked,
duel
she was like
against Mr.
green
Callus
and
have
red,
gone differently?
sort of.
Oh no.
It looked cool.
Judging by
It
the
was kind of like
atmosphere,
Robin Hood.
Clorinde and Navia
Like a
are
Robin
probably
Hood
thinking
look.
something similar. The mood just got super awkward all of a sudden.
Well, anyway. Would you look at the time? It's getting dark, so we should probably call it a day for real this time.
Well,
If we keep talking like this, we
that's
really
how you
will
end
be
any
here all
gathering.
night.
Just,
I had a great time today, Miss
well,
Clorinde.
I guess it's time
Thank
to go
you for
home.
being our GM.
Anytime.
The script was good, but I've got to say, your childhood stories were even better. Hey, you should tell us more about that fight against the Geo-Bishop sometime. Maybe your master was onto something.
You could be right.
What does she mean, onto something? I certainly don't know any 5-year-olds who want to fight a bishop in their spare time. Guess I'll head back as well. I need to save my energy.
It's how you
if I
build
want to
character.
continue enjoying the story tomorrow.
You're that excited to hear about my fight with the bishop?
I was talking
Honestly, I
about
think
the
most of the
script.
Genshin characters have color palettes as just one color, and different shades of that color. Well, it's just something about Clorinde. Like, I don't know. Honestly, I think it's just more that we have too many blue characters. I have 3 on my team right now. Even though Ganyu is a skin, it still counts. At least my commissions are done, I think. Yeah.
Astra Abyss.
God, it
Thank
sounds
you for
so
completing today's
in English.
Ad Astra.
Stop. Stop saying that. And Astra Abers. Okay. It's like, you don't have to say it. Listen, we do this every day. Remember when they just casually add Astra thank you?
This realm
Yeah,
is truly
basically. Got everything. The only thing I buy here is the, the essences. I wonder how many I even have. I have 251 and 1077. I am set
If you ever have
for whenever new artifacts come out. I think, the ones you can create are still the same, but I heard they're adding new ones soon. Oops. Yeah, just to make things easier, I always just have the characters just gather around this table. And then I'll have like one or something. Hang on. Yeah, I'll just have like one person just chilling here. Because I'm like out of load. So poor Noelle is just on an empty island.
this realm is
Yeah. Usually I just have my favorite characters here, even if they're maxed. And then just a few more that need companion EXP.
if you ever have
Alright, let's continue the quest. It's a very dialogue-heavy quest, and that's saying something. Oh, do I have to wait until the next day? Probably. It's funny, I played a Wuthering Waves, and even they did the same thing, where it's just in the middle of a quest line, you have to wait a certain amount of time. So next morning until 8. And it's like, dang guys, you didn't have to copy Genshin so hard
let's go meet up with the group.
that you even
Really
copy the
looking forward
annoying
to
things.
today's story.
I thought it was an indoor place this time. Oh, maybe it's one of the labs or something? It's a cave. Oh, it's a domain.
Looks like everyone's here. Now, before we begin, why don't we finish where we
Where
left
do they
off
get the
yesterday?
money for
There
this?
was an important decision to be made, yes? I'll pour everyone a cup of tea.
Oh yeah, we have like a
The most
board game
important
club.
part, though, Clorinde? I'm
We have like a
concerned
budget
about
of
our
like
current
$10,000.
surroundings. Heavy walls, cold railings, dim lights. This is obviously supposed to be a prison.
I admire the work put into the set. Still, it's obvious the scriptwriter has never paid a visit to the fortress of Meripede.
So the set is going to be a part of the script?
Unfortunately, that is something I can neither confirm nor deny.
Anyone think Clorinde's smile is starting to look kinda scary?
Well, whatever happens, we'll just have to push on. But first, we should really figure out what to do with this treasure. If we're
So I'm
worried
guessing
about
Clorinde is
arousing
gonna be a
suspicion
character
because
in
of
the
our
story
identity, why don't we give ourselves a different
at some
name,
point,
just like
and then
Clorinde's
that's when we
master
actually
did?
get to play as her. Because like every story quest
It
always
might be
has
better
you
to keep a
playing
low
as
profile.
the
As long as we're
the
helping
featured
people,
character
it doesn't matter
at
who
some
we
point.
are or what we're called.
Staring at me won't get you anywhere.
Clorinde smiles
Or
scary.
did you want some more tea?
Oh, Paimon's good.
Yeah, she's got ulterior motives.
Why aren't you saying anything, Navia? Wait, what's that next to you?
Oh, this is the short sword Clorinde mentioned last night. I found it.
Huh. I'm surprised you managed to track it down after all this time.
It looks
Well,
like more
I
of a
made sure to
knife
take good
than a
care of
sword.
it, considering the circumstances in which you gave it to me. Of course,
I feel
had
like
to
if you
keep it
gave
safe.
a larger
Anyway,
sword to a kid, it would be
where were
safer.
we? Oh, right.
Because they
I was
wouldn't be
just
able to
thinking
do
about
anything
all
with
the
it.
potential ways for us to break out of prison. We could dig a tunnel, or try to bribe the guards.
Wait, we haven't been thrown into prison yet, have we?
Well, it's only a matter of time. It pays to be prepared. Just like how you should always have an umbrella on hand, even when it's sunny.
Alright, Paimon's made up her mind. Let's just give the treasure away. Paimon may have wanted to keep it, but if it's going to land us in prison somehow, Paimon will be too upset to enjoy her snacks.
So, you've reached an agreement? Alright then, we can continue with the story.
Paimon doesn't know that you can
Oh,
exchange
and let's
treasure
find the
for
scattered
snacks.
pieces of treasure on the ground as well.
She didn't think that far.
Alright. You collect the treasure and make your way back to the capital with your bag of loot in hand. The city is still shrouded in a gloomy, oppressive atmosphere, but your spirits are surprisingly high. In places where sunlight struggles to reach, you generously share your wealth with the children, the elderly, and the poor in urgent need of help.
Thank you, kind soul.
The elderly woman's look of gratitude follows you as you walk away, her eyes never leaving your back until you move entirely out of sight. However, there's still quite a bit of Mora remaining. It appears you haven't made much progress.
She's probably trying to tell us to speed this up. We need to hurry up so we can address the sorcerer problem.
Should we go find that man again at the square? He seemed like a pretty responsible guy. I'm sure he knows the people here far better than us.
Oh, good idea!
Just as you start to make way to the square, intent on finding the man again, there's a voice.
Wait, why is Clorinde doing a skill check? Listen guys, I've never played D&D. I don't know how it works.
Please wait,
But I don't think
distinguished guests.
the DM
Several
does a
strange
draw
guards suddenly call out
or a
to you.
roll.
They run forward to meet you and proceed to politely pay their respects.
Greetings, gentlemen. Are we being invited for afternoon tea?
Surely you jest, my lady. That would not be our place. It is His Excellency the King who requests to meet with you. Please come with us.
I feel for Clorinde's voice actor. They're like, hey, can you do like 8 different voices?
Do you think this could be a trap?
Well, we have to investigate the court at some point, right? Meeting the king himself would be a fantastic opportunity to do that.
I say we go for it. If something happens, we'll just turn the whole place upside down.
That sounds a little intense.
After a quick discussion, you nod to the guards and agree to follow. They lead you all the way to the audience hall of the palace. Gilded tables line both sides of the hall. The space itself is adorned with all manner of expensive antiques, glass shelves, and silver candlesticks. The items appear quite ordinary in size and dimension, yet their presence somehow makes the emptiness of the hall feel even more surreal and ominous.
Wow, it's so luxurious!
The elderly king, clad in a magnificent robe, sits upon the deep crimson throne before you. He wears above his head a majestic crown, with a gemstone the size of a bird's
Is the
egg
king just
set
gonna be
right
an
at the very
NPC?
front. As you observe it, you see a complex pattern of light reflect off its surface. They're here, your majesty.
Oh no,
A
it's
man
Clorinde.
dressed in dark clothes, likely a minister, shields his mouth with his hands and bends down to whisper a few words to the king. After a moment, he lowers his hands and stands back up. His gaze shifts to fixate on your group, but he does not move from his place at the king's side.
The king does not appear entirely aware of his surroundings. The man by his side, though. We should keep a close eye on him.
The king remains still and says nothing. The minister is the one who speaks. Esteemed guests, allow me to thank you for coming to our faraway kingdom. Unfortunately,
This
His
Prime
Majesty
Minister
the
is kinda
King
sus.
finds himself quite exhausted from
He
work.
dyed his mustache
So
and
please
his
allow me,
eyebrows.
his Prime
So you know you
Minister,
can't
to
trust
welcome
him.
you in his stead. I've heard tell that your group, the Marechaussee Hunters, used your exceptional ability with the sword to repel the monsters near the capital. Such a great deed deserves to be rewarded. However, seeing that I was not fortunate enough to observe such a feat with my own eyes, you'll forgive me for seeking to verify the truth by speaking to you myself.
Well, we've got nothing to hide. You brought us here to talk,
Actually,
right?
it's
So
natural.
we'll just explain what
Yeah,
happened.
he has naturally blue hair. He just eats.
The golem's
He just
blades
eats a lot
were
of
so
blueberries.
powerful, they could cut down trees in a single swipe. It took a lot of effort to defeat them, even for trained swordsmen like us. Well, that was enough details, right? Believe us now?
He eats so much paint that it turns
Your
his
account
hair
does
blue.
indeed match those of the survivors. Since you were the ones who defeated the monsters, that must mean you are also in possession of the treasure they stole?
Well, we did take the treasure, but...
How did he know about the treasure?
Ah, then I must ask that you return it at once. It belongs to the kingdom.
Wait, but didn't you just say that our great deed deserved a reward? Shouldn't the treasure be considered a part of that?
Yes, that was indeed what I said. But you seem to have forgotten a very important distinction. Only that which is freely given by the king can be considered a reward. Taking the rightful wealth of a kingdom
Well,
without
I guess
said
we're going to
permission,
prison.
on the other hand, is a crime.
But that's completely unreasonable.
Yeah, that makes no sense! If it weren't for us, the treasure would still be buried underground somewhere!
Maybe so, yet the fact remains. You tried to dispose of the treasure without reporting it to the court and without
You
receiving
didn't report the
permission.
treasure as
Yes.
revenue. You're going to jail. You didn't pay your
What, no
taxes on
answer?
it.
Surely you're not insinuating that you, a group of legendary Marechaussee hunters, sought to take the treasure for
You forgot to
yourselves?
fill in the line on your tax form for treasure hunting income.
Is he just gonna let this guy talk for him the whole time?
Clad in his magnificent robe, the king remains seated, with his hands resting on either side of the throne. His posture is rigid and unmoving. He stares forward with an empty look in his eyes.
These pillars have a very
completely
low
unmoved by the
resolution
events
texture.
before him.
From the look of things, could the Prime Minister be the evil sorcerer? Or could both the King and the Prime Minister have fallen under the evil sorcerer's control?
I would like to observe the number of guards stationed in the hall.
The guards in the palace appear fully armed, their expressions solemn. Sensing the tense atmosphere in the room, they stand at the ready, each with a hand placed upon the hilt of their sword, as if prepared to draw their weapons and surround you at a moment's notice.
Well,
See,
there
this is
goes
why
my
you should have
plan
gone
to
for the
turn whole
sorcerer
place
first.
upside down, I guess.
I knew I was
It
right.
appears we've been visited by nothing more than a group of ill-intentioned imposters. What a pity. Guards, take them away and throw them in the dungeons. Before I decide your fate, however, I must first determine whether you have any accomplices outside the court.
Can't we try to slip away? Or maybe start some kind of riot?
What if I cook?
But if we try to fight the guards right now...
Don't worry. At least we figured
What
out
if I
who's
cook
behind all
something
this.
really
Let's
gross?
just play it by ear.
Because
If
the
you're
only
scared,
skills I
Paimon,
picked were
just hold
cooking
my hand.
and being a doctor. So I have to use the more offensive-oriented one.
Aw, thanks, you guys.
You allow yourself to be led away by guards surrounding you on both sides. It's only when you begin to feel drops of water falling from the dungeon ceiling and smell the stench of death and decay all around you that you finally realize you've stepped into a completely different world. Stay here and don't try anything funny. The guards lock the cell door and leave without looking back.
Wait, sir!
Your voice echoes through the dark hall, but the only response you receive is the sound of water dripping.
Oh,
from
we
the
got the
ceiling.
bad ending.
No! What should we do
No.
now?
Carve out a new path of fate with our own two hands, of course. I draw my weapon.
There's no way you still
You
have your
reach
weapon.
toward your waist,
Yeah.
but find nothing there. You now recall that your weapons were confiscated before the guards locked you in the cell. The bag of treasure along with them.
What about that knife I hid in my boot?
When did you hide it in there?
When I was thinking about digging a tunnel.
Rejected. You failed to inform the GM of this course of action. Moreover, the guards would have conducted a thorough search before throwing you in prison.
And the keys to the cell aren't anywhere to be seen?
Correct. You don't even feel a lock hole on the cell door.
Oh, well, there goes all our plans.
Well, guess we
Indeed.
lost.
Huh? Why are you the one saying indeed?
Because that statement holds true for me as well. This is where the script ends.
Damn,
But that's a terrible ending!
that really is the bad ending.
Generally speaking, this should be the point where the scriptwriter gives the players some kind of hint, or gives the GM some kind of code for how to move forward.
I mean, maybe they just really wanted us to be immersed in the feeling of being in prison? Like, they'll only show us the way out once we've grown truly and utterly desperate?
That is a possibility.
If only there were desserts and tea in real prison. Oh, wait, guess it's kind of how the Fortress of Mirapede works if you're lucky.
Yeah, shout out to the Fortress of Mirapede.
Before I forget.
A prison
yeah,
that's better
the short
than
sword you had with
living
you earlier.
outside of a prison.
I took a closer look, and the craftsmanship doesn't appear to resemble anything from this era. If I remember correctly, that style was last in vogue several hundred years ago.
Wait, Clorinde said that sword used to belong to her master, right? Does that mean her master has been alive that long?
I doubt it. The way she went about things often made her seem childish more than anything. I'd say the sword was most likely an heirloom passed down over time.
Hang on. A precious heirloom passed down to you by your master. And you gave it to me just like that? You weren't worried I might lose it?
Master left many things
Well, you
to me
didn't
when she
lose it.
disappeared. There
And
was
that's
the
all that
sword,
matters.
An old key, and a good amount of junk she probably just didn't want to take with her. I gave you the sword back then, because I didn't want our friendship to end.
Wait, when did this happen exactly?
Right before our friendship ended.
After the duel,
Exactly.
between Mr. Callis and myself.
Before that, Clorinde would have meals with us and even stay over at the Spina some days. She was on great terms with Papa as well. After the duel, though, there was a period of time where we simply didn't know how to face each other. She entrusted this sword to me, and never came back. We were both sad, and conflicted, and totally overthinking everything as a result. Whenever I looked at this sword, I couldn't help but wonder. If Miss Petronia had never introduced us to each other at that picnic, maybe part of the sadness I was feeling could have been avoided. Back then, it felt like I hadn't just lost a father, but a close friend as well.
No one can change the past. The most important thing is that you two found your way back to each other and can enjoy things like this together.
Yeah,
So it's been
You're right.
almost 2 hours.
I'm sorry, you two. I didn't mean to bring
This is gonna be
up
a long
sad
quest.
memories.
I feel like we're still nowhere
think
near the
nothing
end.
of it. No one here is at fault.
Hmm.
Oh, looks like the next part of our script is here.
Yeah,
Perfect timing.
they mailed it to
The
us.
situation was really starting to get
We got the
desperate.
DLC.
And not
let's keep going.
From Clarenne's face, Paimon really can't tell if it's good news or bad news.
Water continues to drip from the ceiling. In this lightless dungeon, you lack a reliable way to tell how much time has passed. Eventually, you get used to the unpleasant odor of straw, mold, and rust, and find yourselves alternating between fits of drowsiness and despair. Suddenly, you hear footsteps outside the door.
Heads up, everyone. Someone's coming.
Gather close, everyone, and keep your voice down.
Oh. I just noticed Clorinde has
Who are you?
stylized bottom
I work
lashes.
as a guard in these dungeons, but my true identity is the same as your own. I'm also a Marashose hunter.
I'm waiting to see
He sent away
Clorinde
the
again
other
because I'm
guards.
not sure.
We make too much noise.
Stylized.
I understand, but how can we be sure we can trust you?
The king
Yeah.
has issued a
I mean, most
formal
characters.
decree. In light of the irrefutable proof of your crime,
I have to compare it to another
to be
character.
executed before tomorrow's sunrise. If you want to escape, it has to be now.
Executed? We barely did anything!
They're like
Monsters
spiky.
appearing at the same
I
location
mean,
as the treasure.
Furina is still a bit
Could this
similar.
entire thing have been a trap?
There will be time for speculation once we're out of here. As for my identity, I have no way to prove that to you just yet. Infiltrating the
Let
capital
me
was
compare
difficult.
it to Navi,
Finding
I
a chance
guess.
to speak with you has taken a lot out of me. I could go on, but I think we can all agree that now is not the time for details.
Have you seen our weapons anywhere, sir?
Don't worry, I brought them with
I'm just
me.
gonna take your word
Just
for it.
behind the door.
Because they're intent
Still,
on not showing
these
any
weapons
characters'
alone won't be
faces.
enough to defeat the true enemy behind the scenes. His faction is too powerful. The guards are all under his control, and he's even stationed a number of golems in various rooms throughout the palace.
I mean, nobody
Defeat him,
can
you must
compare
find
it to
a secret
Furina's
vault. It is
top
said that within
eyelashes.
that vault, the Marashose hunters of the past
They're
will find a
literally like
treasure with the
gelled
power
together to make
defeat the
crowns.
sorcerer.
You're not coming with us?
No, I'll remain in the dungeons to deal with the guards. I'll try my best to distract them so they don't go after you. As long as my identity is not revealed, I'll be able to aid you when the final battle comes.
In that case, please stay safe.
Thank you for your concern. I will do my utmost. As for the location of the vault, here, this map should lead you there.
Yeah, I guess Clorinde does have more bottom eyelashes than most.
Got it.
All right, once I open the door, remember to stick close and refrain from making any noise. I'll lead you out of here as quickly as possible. You now have the chance to restore the honor and legacy of the Marashose hunters. So please, get out there and reclaim what's ours. And be sure to exercise caution.
With the help of the guard, you successfully escape the dungeons. Your sense of despair and anxiety both seem to fade as you continue your quest.
Wait, we didn't get to use our skills at all while we were in prison. Who knows when we're gonna get the chance to use that cool summon spell?
That is a pity, but we can only continue to move forward.
How many summons do I have saved up now? Let's take a look. So we have 495. Yeah, I think by the time Natlan comes out, or like the Pyro Archon comes out, I should be at like 600, at least. And then you also factor in the fact that I'm at like the guaranteed pity, almost. I'm like 30 or 40 away. And I feel like I should be able to get Pyro Archon to C6. Like on launch.
Should be the place marked on the map.
This bit of rock certainly looks suspicious.
Because I don't have a single
I'd say
Archon,
an
and I've been playing
investigation's
since
in order
launch.
then. Plus,
Every time
all
I
else
pull for an
fails,
Archon, I lose
we
the
can just
50-50,
blow it
and
up.
I'm like, it's not even worth it then.
Wow, you really meant that.
Before you lies a serene stretch of open water, its surface shimmering a brilliant shade of
I
sapphire
wouldn't call that
blue.
a stretch of water.
Well, guess this means it's time for a
It's
swim.
more like a puddle. That is not a stretch of water.
What's the matter?
It's nothing. As you step into the cave, you find yourself in an eerily quiet space. Before you lies a narrow passageway that appears to trail off endlessly into the distance.
This is very elaborate for a D&D game.
Wow, this must be where the treasure is hidden.
But this door is blocking our way in. Huh. It almost looks like it's been here for quite some time. I've got to hand it to the tabletop troupe. They really went all out with the props.
Huh. What have we got down here? A kind of mechanism connected to the door? Ah, it looks like we might have to arrange it into a certain pattern.
I'm starting to think this isn't...
That's something Master mentioned before.
I'm starting to think this isn't,
Something wrong,
arranged by the board
After a
game
long,
club.
difficult journey, you finally arrive at the location indicated by your map. It appears to be an ancient site of some sort, where treasure likely awaits. Your surroundings are exceedingly quiet and serene, as if the secret that slumbers here has never once been disturbed. If you listen closely, you can almost convince yourself you can hear the sound of its calm, gentle breathing.
That description makes Paimon feel kinda bad for disturbing this place.
We're doing this for the sake of the people, to free them from the evil sorcerer. I say it's time for this treasure to once again see the light of day.
Linny's right. We need to keep going. The future of the kingdom depends on it. The next part of the story requires us to solve the puzzle, right?
Let's see if I
Let's
still
start
remember how to do a
exploring the
fontaine puzzle.
Yes,
Moss
That
with the
should be
glowing
fun.
flower. That's true, you didn't really play
something
fontaine
feels
much.
off about all this. Guess I'll just have to improvise.
They really, like... With, like, a lot of the underwater caves and stuff, they, like, changed the flora. Because I think they, like, reused the stuff from, like, the underwater levels. Hello, Hero DJC, or Kara JC07. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? We are currently in the middle of Clorinde's story quest.
I found something.
Let's see if I remember. So
Found
it's like,
something here
you
too.
grab these, JC. Okay, that's much easier. Hello and welcome to the stream, JC.
Same here.
Okay, one more. And I guess you have to get them to like all push together, right? I feel like they solved the puzzle more than I did. You're just grinding to level up Bennett right now? Oh. Very nice. I hear that they're going to change the level up domains for Mondstadt. So like the skill level up and the character level up, weapon level
Something
up,
just appeared.
they're gonna make it a lot
Some
easier.
kind of new mechanism,
So if you're
maybe?
like having trouble with it
By
right now,
solving the puzzles, you prove yourselves worthy of inheriting the
it'll be
secrets of the
easier
past.
later.
At the end of each puzzle, you're rewarded with
That one with the ice falling from the ceiling, the talent level up domain, that one sucks. You can't do that without a shield. It was the worst.
Oh, it must be the key to the big door.
Huh? This is one of the Marechaussee Hunter keys that are passed down from generation to generation. It looks just like the one Master passed down to me. It is said that 4 keys in total are required to form the final, complete key. And it seems like we just collected 3 of them. That must mean...
Huh? What's wrong?
You hear a few strange noises. Suddenly, all the torches in the ruin go out at once.
Huh? What's going on? Did we fall into another trap?
For the sake of immersion, please close your eyes, everyone. Without the torches, the space is now completely dark, and you cannot see anything.
You gotta hand it to her improvisation skills.
But Paimon can still see a little bit over here.
Don't break the immersion,
Right,
Paimon.
sorry.
Suddenly, you hear the sound of footsteps pierce through the darkness.
There's someone else here? Oh, this is so unsettling.
I've been discovered then.
Wait, that voice, it's...
You recognize the voice as belonging to the guard who led you to this place. It appears he now covets the treasure for
Who's your
himself
favorite Genshin
and
character?
has come to stake his claim.
It's
Oh, so this
Ndea
is
and
just part of the
Candace.
script. Then I can probably relax. Well, if we can't see anything, that means we
I always like use those 2 characters
Should
together.
we retreat for now?
Judging by the way he's holding his sword, he must be a real Marechaussee hunter. But this isn't part of the script.
Retreat? That's not the hunter way. If it's dark for us, then it's dark for him.
Yours is
We
Razor
choose
and
to
Bennett.
fight.
I mean, they're also
Your
like
choice is noted.
a pair of
Please
friends.
keep your eyes closed until I tell
It's
you the
nice to
torches have
use
been relit.
characters that are like
This battle will be in the
canonically
dark.
You got it.
a team.
Well then, let us begin.
I remember, because I played the game... Oh, we're playing as Clorinde. Why are we only playing as her?
Yeah, ready.
I'd like to try to hit him with my sword.
Your strike is successful.
The plant got in the way, I couldn't...
Ha! You're facing a veteran Marechaussee hunter.
God, her burst looks so
Still
cool.
standing? Goodness, he sure has a lot of HP.
Is it over? Can we open our eyes now?
Yeah, I played the game when it
Enemy
came
is
out,
strong
and I remember
and
when
relentless.
Razor was like
battle
one
is
of the
nearing its
top
end.
DPSs in the game,
Torches have not been relit.
but you had to like build them for physical,
Final strike.
because Electro wasn't very good at the time.
Oh, well, did we get him? Clorinde?
Warm fire flickers across the walls once more. Your vision is now clear. In an impressive display of courage, the 4 of you successfully defeat the uninvited guest. That look in his eyes. It's like he became an entirely different person as soon as I defeated him.
Huh? Mr. Florian? Oh, wait. We're supposed to be role-playing. I should stay in character. Speak your name, guard. Why did you lead us here just to betray us? Is this treasure really more important to you than bringing peace to the kingdom?
What kingdom? What peace? Those were nothing but lies! I, Florian, am a true Marechaussee hunter, descended from hunters of ages past.
So I guess this whole game was written by someone who is an actual
Wait,
Marechaussee
was that
hunter.
the name of his character from the very beginning?
Then I'm even more confused. If you truly are a Marashose hunter, shouldn't you want to help us just like you said before? Shouldn't we fight together for the sake of the people?
What do you know? In this day and age, there's no glory to be had as a Marashose hunter.
What's that supposed to mean?
My skills were passed down to me by my father. We lived a life of obscurity in the
Yeah, if you're
remote
building
wilderness.
Razor and Bennett,
Still,
Bennett is
he
definitely gonna
devoted
like
everything
carry
he had
you.
to being a Marashose
Like
hunter.
Bennett is
What
still
did he
one of the
get in
best
return?
support characters in the game.
Life of
That has never
poverty
changed.
and pain, in a world that forgot all about him.
And Razor is
He
still
died,
more than
not
strong
a
enough
single person came to
to
mourn
make
his
it.
passing. The Marashose hunters were the ones who saved this city. We're heroes. We deserved more recognition and respect than this.
Is he talking about how no one in the capital seems to remember the hunters and their legacy? I didn't expect.
I mean, that's kind of the nice thing about Genshin. I feel like you can even use
That's why you wanna
the
keep
worst
treasure
characters
for
in the
yourself?
game and you can
feel
still
like you're
make it through the
owed
game.
fame and wealth?
Like,
If you already knew where the treasure was located, why didn't you just come down here and take
you probably struggle with like
Because
Spiral Abyss,
I
maybe struggle
still
with
needed
bosses,
the final key.
but you can still completely finish the game.
Only a true
Benny is
Marashose
still
hunter
unlucky,
is
though.
capable of passing through this final
I feel like
door.
Navia
As
is
someone
more
who sought to hurt others for
unlucky
his own
than
gain,
Bennett.
Florian lost
at
that
this
right
point.
long ago.
Okay, but
Bennett
what
is so
this
unlucky
treasure
he had his
anyway?
character
We've
gimmick
got all the keys,
stolen.
right? So can we just go in and take a look?
You're sure you want to go in?
We've been talking about it for so long. Of course we want to see what's inside.
And we've already defeated Florian, right? So he won't try to take it from us anymore.
Pesky brats.
Watch yourself.
Then let's open the door together.
All right. Your choice of action is confirmed.
Clorinde's commitment to the game is admirable. I'm still not completely better. My throat kind of gets needs to be cleared every now and then.
Before you, the door to the treasure, sealed and undisturbed for more than 100 years, finally swings open. You hear the shrill wail of the door hinge as it rotates for the first time after years of disuse, almost like a sleeping giant letting out an extended yawn. You
Oh,
get
look,
the
more
impression
crystal
that the
flies.
secrets buried behind this door might be just as heavy as the sound you just heard.
It's open! Come on, let's go in! Paimon wants to see what's inside!
Ooh, me too!
Ugh, uncovering hidden treasure is the most exciting part of adventuring. What do we have here? Uh-huh.
A stone tablet? And some shabby weapons?
You call this a treasure vault? Looks more like an abandoned warehouse!
Maybe the troop ran out of budget at the end?
They provided a super immersive experience at the beginning only to drop the ball at the most important part? They could have at least filled this place with cardboard mora or something!
Your main damage squad is
I get it now.
Arlecchino, Wanderer, Benny,
Paimon, this
and
is
Beto.
the real Marashose hunter treasure.
Wait, did you just recently start the
Sid?
game?
The Marashose hunter treasure
Or-
is just a stone slab and some broken swords? I can't believe it. I refuse to believe it!
I hope you didn't just recently start the game, or it might be difficult to level Arlecchino and Wanderer. I mean, they're still, like, strong enough that they'll carry you for a while. I'm not sure if you're new to the game or not. I mean, you should be fine. I think they made it easier to, like, get boss materials for later bosses if you just started the game. And why does that star-faced Traveler make Traveler look, you know... I'm not sure if I do know.
Whoa, are you okay?
The
But it did look
Marashose
kinda
hunter
creepy.
before
Sorta,
you
you're getting
appears
back
to
into
suffer a
Genshin.
serious mental
Just coming back to it, I
breakdown.
see.
He needs to leave the room for a moment to collect himself. One of you seems to understand the significance of the treasure already. If the rest of you wish to follow suit, you may remain here in the meantime and explore your surroundings.
I think you should be good. It'll be, like, pretty quick to catch up. Oh, this is weird. I'm playing as Clorinde, and Traveler is an NPC. What is this? Oh, okay, that looked really strange, but it's just bows.
What is the treasure supposed to be?
A few people's names and deeds have been described on it. Is this like a grave?
Ah, the names on the tablet.
I mean, that's probably what it is, right?
The old and broken weapons.
Walter.
Walter White was buried here? After Breaking Bad? Where is Florin? Oh, he's over there. Yeah, Florin is cool.
Into the shadows.
It's just I feel like I have enough electric characters. Whoa. Oh, you didn't see me play her earlier?
How are you doing?
They had you fight with her
Any
for a bit.
What just happened?
Do you remember how you got here? Or what happened to your body just now?
I remember now. I brought you here because I wanted to... The explosives in the cave!
You mean these?
Huh? How did you...
I could tell something was off the moment I stepped into this cave, so I kept an eye out. I've already dismantled the whole thing.
I like her English
So the
voice actor.
strongest champion duelist in all of Fontaine saved the day once again.
It fits her well.
Guess I shouldn't be surprised. It would seem your skills as a Marachose hunter are as sharp as ever.
I deserve some answers, don't you think? Tell me why everything you said
Oh,
earlier
oops.
sounded like
I
the truth.
accidentally pressed A.
Luckily, your monologue was dramatic enough to convince my friends you were just role-playing.
I don't know. I just always felt like there was something in my heart that didn't belong to me. Something agitated and angry. Who knows? Maybe it was my own anger all along. I could never really tell. The feelings about my father and the other Marachose hunters are real. It just wasn't fair. I was angry, bitter that no one remembered them or praised their accomplishments. I don't know when it started, but at some point, my anger came to completely consume me. At that point, I remembered the legend my father used to tell me. The one about the treasure.
But if the treasure was all you cared about, why plant all those explosives? Wouldn't they just destroy the treasure and bury you along with it?
I can't remember. My head is a mess. It felt like there was this voice telling me to eliminate the hunters, but now it's gone.
From your description, I suspect you were dealing with a Devorator.
Devorator?
Oh, your master...
Completely
your father,
pronounced
I
it
mean,
differently, but I
never
guess.
talked about it? It was a kind of monster that was active several centuries ago.
No, I've heard of it. I'm just not sure why you suddenly... Wait, it can't be. The seal!
The seal?
My family has served as Marachose hunters for many generations. But the title and swordsmanship weren't the only things passed down over our line. There was a seal as well. My father instructed me to always watch over that seal and maintain it regularly. He said it had been passed down over a truly ancient age, and protecting it was our clan's most important duty. But I neglected that duty after he died. I finally decided to come down and check on it one day, and that's where my memories become fuzzy.
The Devorator would be a formidable adversary for any mortal being, even ones as capable as the Hunters. If you lacked the power to completely destroy it, you could easily fall prey to its influence and corruption. In light of this, some Marachose hunters chose to seal the Devorator away, in the hopes that a
It's a
permanent
fairly
solution
ominous
would come
name.
with the
A
passage of time.
Devorator.
I heard it has the power to amplify the obsessions and desires in people's hearts. to the point where they overtake you entirely. It would seem I'm not just lacking in skill with a blade, but in mental fortitude as well.
And yet, you were able to retrieve 3 of the 4 keys. If I remember correctly, each was entrusted to a respected and capable hunter. How did you manage it?
One of them belonged to my father. The second I stole from a different hunter. And the third was one that I snatched while the person was on the way home from the tavern. I nearly died in that alley. I know just how strong you are. It's as clear as day to everyone in Fontaine. I observed you from dusk to dawn, but could never find any opportunity to sneak up on you. I never even saw you drink a single glass of liquor. The only way I could think to obtain that last key was to lure you here using your hobby, and then... Oh, I get it now. That monster, it wanted to bury you here alongside the treasure.
I won't comment on anything else, but the script was good.
Well, I did pour my heart and soul into it. The stories my father used to tell me about the glory of the heroic Marechaussee hunters and how they came to be forgotten.
It's more than just a story.
Huh?
You're proud to be a hunter. You're still holding onto that part of yourself, no matter how small.
I have done so many despicable things. I have nothing to be proud of.
Then explain the purpose of the evil sorcerer in your story.
Huh?
Isn't he the true antagonist? The one who sought nothing but his own gain, and used the people as pawns to attain it? In your heart of hearts, he was the one you truly wanted to defeat.
But I've already tainted my sword.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he's
I no
going
longer
after the
have any
hunters.
right to...
Wake up, Florian. Remember how you introduced
Instead of
yourself earlier?
the sorcerer.
Do you really think the hunters acted out of a desire for honor and glory? Or to be loved and acknowledged by the people? What did your father teach you about our order? You do not wield your sword for yourself, but to protect those you serve. There's nothing special about a blade. It's the intentions of the wielder that matter above all else.
Clorinde
Do you
angry?
still not understand?
Well,
You've
I wouldn't
never
say
seen
angry.
the treasure for yourself? The contents of that room, they represent the true legacy.
It's just
the
that
hunters left
he's
behind.
kind of been used.
You're right. I am a Marechaussee hunter. It's time for me to redeem, no, to finally serve the people I vowed to protect all along.
I wouldn't be so quick to push aside the need for redemption.
Like, I don't know. I think he was like possessed
I know.
or something, and it was
That's a
it
charge
was
I won't
using
bother to
him.
defend myself against.
Good. Then, come with me.
'Cause honestly, that plan
And
makes
help
no
me see the
sense
script through to the
otherwise.
end.
Huh? See the script through to the end? But there's no more script left.
Never finished it, huh?
No, I mean, I wrote the script with the sole purpose of luring you all here. There was no reason to write beyond this point.
Then we'll just have to keep writing it. The evil sorcerer still needs to be defeated.
You mean the Devorator? Are you saying I have to make up the rest of the script as we go along?
Is that really so hard? You've already written most of it. Surely you can write an ending where the hunters win and justice prevails. I'll be there to help you too.
You aren't afraid your party will fall into danger?
I know what my friends are capable of, and they're all quite skilled. Besides, I need their help.
Then, are you going to tell them the truth about all this?
I don't intend to spoil the fun. Sometimes, protecting dreams and fantasies is more important than exposing the truth. Don't you think?
They put a lot of effort into this quest. Compared to like most story quests.
They're back!
That took a while.
Ahem! My fellow Marechaussee hunters, please forgive me, for I have sinned.
Tone it down.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's a little heavy.
After crossing swords with you and witnessing your courage in battle,
Did you do the
I've
Arlecchino
rediscovered
story
my true
quest?
self and regained my pride as a Mara Shosei
And
hunter.
I was literally just thinking, because like I think you need to do that story quest to unlock
I
the
confess,
boss
I
to
was
get her
brainwashed
level up
by the
materials.
evil
But I
sorcerer.
think you can do it
He asked me
earlier,
to
right?
lure you here so he could bury you in this cave.
But yeah, I did do that story quest.
Wait, you're saying all of that wasn't you, but the evil sorcerer?
That's right. He's adept at manipulating
pretty
the
good.
hearts and minds of the people. I fell under his influence because I did not possess a strong enough sense
I don't
of
want to
will.
like spoil anything.
And how are you going to prove that you're a changed man? We're not going to fall for the same trap twice.
To be perfectly honest, I only came to my senses after seeing the treasure. It reminded me of my father's past teachings. The treasure was actually
The names of all the,
The
Mara Shosei
friendship
hunters from
we
ages past and their weapons.
Gained together. That's the real
Wait, you-
treasure.
already know?
Of course. Don't underestimate a veteran role player's exploration skills. Oh, wait, I mean, Mara Shosei hunter Navia's exploration skills.
We just finished reading through the content of the stone tablet.
That tablet recorded the lives of some fascinating people. For example, this Mara Shosei hunter called Est. She inherited the responsibilities of the Golden Hunter and passed judgment on many people. But in private, she had a very easygoing personality. Her favorite pastime was singing and dancing with her friends, and she was said to have a beautiful voice.
So, she was just like you.
Oh, you really think so?
Well, when you put it that way, I suppose I also have a few things in common with this Walter. Working as an executioner, he supposedly used a countless number of tricks to confound his enemies in battle. Oh, if only I could have seen the feats of magic he pulled
Winnie
off
really
back then.
identifies with
Their
Walter.
lives were all so
Walter.
exciting. You could write so many cool books about their accomplishments. How could they have all been forgotten?
Because they chose to be. To hunt monsters that only appear in the shadows, you must also operate in the dark. To be a Mara Shosei hunter is to willingly give up on wealth and fame.
Then this stone tablet must have been left behind by their companions.
That's right. Few Mara Shosei hunters ever revealed their identity to the public. They always protected the city from the shadows. The only time they spoke of their accomplishments would be at night, when they gathered with their fellow hunters in front of the bonfire to share stories of the monsters slain by their hand.
So, this tablet was created not so that the hunters would be remembered by the people, but so that they would be remembered by each other.
No wonder this place was so well hidden.
You regard the stone tablet in solemn silence. The names of your comrades etched onto its surface serve as a reminder that you are never truly alone. The tablet proves that, although a hunter walks a shrouded path, it is not a solitary one. There will always be those who walk beside you, a fact that remains as true today as in ages long past. Their legacies shall continue to be passed down from generation to generation.
These guys had some terrible rolls
as
on their
everlasting
weapons.
as the stone onto which their names are carved.
Father,
Not a single hunter had a
you told
5-star
me that
weapon.
I should seek out the treasure if I ever became lost. So this is what you wanted me to find. Thank you, my friend. You are very kind. I implore you, everyone, please give me a chance to make up for all I've done. Allow me to fight alongside you and defeat the evil sorcerer that threatens the peace and prosperity of everyone in this kingdom.
Why is Kingdom... Why is Kingdom subtitled with the basement? They lost their 50-50. Yeah, every single hunter.
Well, I say we let you join.
Sounds good to me too. Everyone makes mistakes. What matters is what you do to make up for them.
I have no objections.
That's what they mean by you are never
Mr.
truly alone.
Florian, do you even know how to
Just
defeat the
remember,
evil
we all
sorcerer?
had bad luck.
When he took over my mind, I gained some insight into his thoughts. Every time I thought of the treasure, he
I have the
reacted with a
worst
strong
luck with
sense of
weapon
fear.
banners, by the way.
Huh?
Every single weapon banner I do, I'll
Afraid of the
always,
treasure?
like, they added the guarantee so that the third time you get a 5-star is the one you want, it always goes to the third one.
The secret
Every single time.
inside these weapons.
I'll get 2 of the other weapon,
GM,
and then the
permission
third
to
one is the one I wanted. Alright, let's see your roll, Navia. Oh, 19, wow. Meanwhile, I got a 2 on my first roll.
At first glance, the weapons appear absolutely ordinary. But as you observe them, you notice a faint energy emanating from within. These blades have slain countless monsters. Though it's been a long time since they were used in battle, their edges remain sharp, as if they're simply waiting for the next worthy hunter to carry on their legacy.
So basically, take these with us, right?
I'll take this weapon, since it used to belong to Est. Maybe it'll find comfort in being held by someone who appreciates the arts.
Ah, good idea. I'll take Mr. Walter's bow then. From one archer magician to another.
Paimon's gonna pick a cool weapon too!
I don't think I see any great swords here for Navia. Tough luck, I guess.
As you grip your weapons, you can almost feel the will of past hunters coursing through your being. It's a feeling of courage, determination, a silent vow passed
How do they know
down
which
from
weapon is
generation
which?
to
I don't see any
generation
name on the weapons.
that says,
I mean, it's possible it's engraved
eradicate the
very
monsters,
tiny.
no matter the cost.
Or maybe they just know, they can sense the aura.
Mr. Florian, do you know where to find the evil sorcerer?
I was
Or
able
maybe
to
they're
see his
just guessing.
surroundings when our minds were connected. I believe he's currently hiding out at the church in the kingdom. We must be
He's hiding out at the
extremely
basement in my
careful.
house.
He's spent
Did you
so
see
long
the
living
tiny
among
subtitles?
monsters that he's now taken the form of one. He will not be easily defeated.
Then why don't we explore some more and try to find some higher level gear? We don't want to just fight him and lose, right?
Oh, No, we have to strike now. He was greatly weakened when I managed to break out of his control. If we let him rest, he might have time to escape.
I agree with Mr. Florian. We've got to act while we have the advantage. Don't forget, the people of the capital are counting on us.
Yeah, now that we've got a plan, there's no point in waiting. The longer this drags on, the worse it will be for everybody.
Yes,
It's like the normal final
that's what's
boss in every
called.
dungeon game. They live in the main character's basement. Take the initiative.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Alright, you've persuaded Paimon.
Mr. Florian, please lead the way.
Of course. Follow me.
He had to set up so many scenes today, and now he has to join in for this last part. I really don't envy his job.
Finally, you decide to slay the evil sorcerer and bring peace back to the kingdom once and for all. As you walk away, you feel the gaze of the stone tablet at your back, as if all the hunters of the past are wishing you success in the battle ahead and awaiting your triumphant return.
All I can see is the one crystal fly that I missed. So I'm gonna grab that right now. Alright, so let us take a look. Are we actually going to the basement in his house? Oh, it doesn't look like it. I just heard one of the Oculus things. I don't see it anywhere here.
Finally, you arrive at the church Florian described.
Oh no, it is a house.
As you approach, an ominous aura surrounds you. You get the sense that your enemy is close at hand.
Oh, the enemy is that squirrel.
This uneasy feeling seems so real. How did they manage that?
Oh, it was the statue
Now,
of the seven that
It
you
is
heard.
time for the
Was
final
it?
battle.
Oh no, the
Let's
little
go.
blip sound that I had, I think... Because it shows it on the map, It's just I don't see it above, and I don't see any way to go below.
Florian,
So.
wait.
What's wrong?
I think you should wait outside. You've already been corrupted by the Devorator once. It could easily re-enter your mind and take control of your body. I don't think it's a good idea for you to be this close. If it corrupts you again, it's possible you might take on a new form entirely.
That's exactly why I have to go. Why I should be at the very front.
You mean...
Yes.
He thinks he has immunity.
I intend to lure it into my body.
Or the
That's
opposite,
too
I
risky.
guess.
If things get out of hand, I might have to kill you. Do you understand how dangerous this is?
I understand, but if I do this, you'll have a clear and visible target. The Devorator will have a hard time passing up a chance to enter a body it knows how to control. You won't have to worry about any of your friends being taken over. You're not like me, Miss Clorinde. You're a just and powerful Marechaussee hunter. The monster broke free due to my error. It's only right that I shoulder the responsibility for its destruction. This is... something that I have to do. Consider it a duel to restore my honor. My only request is that you give it your all.
I understand. Then, as a champion duelist, I hereby accept your request for a duel, and extend to you my most sincere regards.
Thank you.
The battle is now upon us. Let the Devorator once again tremble under the blade of the Marechaussee hunters.
Alright. Yeah, this one here. What is this? Because you can see it on the map, this little Oculus thing. It's just, I think it's below? But I don't see any way to go down. It's not above, is it? No. Ah, whatever. Honestly, I kind of just give up on some of the Oculuses, especially when they're like underground. It's in a cave by the water. Is it? Hang on. You've piqued my curiosity. Cave by the water. They're probably in the water, right? I'm afraid I don't see anything here. I mean, it's fine. It's somewhere on the outskirts and you just explore it and search for the Hydroculus. Okay. I know, I'll probably find it eventually. I'll keep this going for now. There were some, like, Oculuses in Inazuma that were, like, quest-locked. And that was a real pain if you were trying to collect all of them, or level up the tower completely. I'll look for a way in my world while you do the mission. I mean, yeah, sure, if you want. Let me know if you actually find it.
So lifelike.
And this guy can't be that tough, right? Oh, he's got a flaming sword, never mind.
This foe is not invincible. You hold the treasure. The power to defeat it in your own 2 hands.
The treasure?
Yes, a dull sword.
The names! It's the Marshose Hunters' names!
How are we supposed to...
You forget, Paimon? There's still one skill we saved until the very end.
Hunters fight not for fame, but to aid the people whenever they are summoned.
Walter the Marashose Hunter, master of 1,000 tricks, executioner of the Phantom Hunters, I call for aid!
Est, the Marshose Hunter, inheritor of Cassiodor's will, judge of the Shadow Hunters. Answer my call!
Petronia, protector of justice and order. The hunter I respect the most. Thank you for saving my friend, the best one I'll ever know. Please, lend us your strength!
We have come to answer your summons. And so, the monsters were eradicated.
Well, that was kind of
And the
cool.
sorcerer was defeated. Peace soon returned to the capital. Those in the court, manipulated by the sorcerer, also recognized the errors of their ways. Some remembered the names of the heroes who saved their kingdom, but others simply continued their lives none the wiser.
So that guy's dead, huh?
Such
Yeah,
is the story
yeah, he's
of the
just lying there.
Marshose Hunters.
Clorinde is always
They
cool.
pursue the phantoms
She
in the
is pretty
darkness
cool.
and exterminate all who pose a threat. They will always protect the
He's
city
just
and those
dead.
within it, even should all
They don't
memory of
even
their
care.
accomplishments be forgotten by the very people they serve.
I'm assuming we've finally reached the end of the script.
He's just in the
Yes.
Yamcha death
You've
pose.
reached one of the better
They're
endings.
just continuing on with their game.
Solid story overall. I thought it was just an ordinary adventure at first, but the further we got into it, the more impressed I became with the
Rip
production and the
peach-haired
plot.
guy.
That final battle especially. All the
Rest in
effects were
peace, guy you
super
didn't remember the
realistic.
name of.
Oh, right, yeah.
I think it was
Totally.
Florin, whatever. I can't even remember his name.
That's a really good point. I never expected the weapons we picked up from that vault would have that kind of effect.
Yeah, mine nearly scared the daylights out of me when it started glowing. I took a good look at it after we got out, but I don't think it ever lit up again. Oh, we should probably give these props back, right? I'll just leave mine here.
Did you have a good time?
Of course. Let me know if another script like this comes around.
That's true. How do you follow up
Sure, no
a
problem.
game like this?
Then I'll head back for now. I think I need some time to fully digest everything that just happened. Once Mr. Florian is awake, please pass on my regards to him.
Oh yeah,
He
Florian.
must be extremely exhausted to have passed out.
Bro's
cold like
bleeding
that.
out.
You're right.
He needs first
He's got
aid.
a lot to deal with.
Well, see you all some other time. Toodaloo!
Is it too late to use my medic skill that I picked up?
Okay, so, can I ask now,
I think it should be fine, yeah.
what in the world was going on back there?
So you saw through all of that?
That time in the cave when you told us to close our eyes, it'd be weirder if we didn't notice anything.
I was dying of curiosity the entire time. I mean,
Furina's
you did a
Toodaloo.
pretty bang-up job
Yeah.
of pretending nothing had gone wrong.
Furina is
Actually
an
looked like
icon.
She thought all of it was planned.
Guess none of us wanted to be the one to break the illusion.
What are you all talking about?
Oh, wait. Don't tell me Paimon never... Oh, this is all my fault. It's not too late to cover your ears. Here, Paimon, I'll do it for you.
A bit late for that, don't you think?
You're saying everything that happened back there wasn't actually part of the script?
It's probably more accurate to say this was never a real scripted story to begin with.
What?
So loud.
Oh, he's alive.
My...
Not that anyone cared to check on him.
You! Get up right now and explain yourself!
Paimon just slid in there.
No shaking, please! Oh, my head.
Did Paimon just hear that right? You guys made up that whole last part on the spot? It's not nice to lie to people, but Paimon's gotta admit, that was a really good story, Florian. Oh, and nice improvisation, Clorinde!
Yeah, it was like watching a magician improvise a spectacular magic trick after forgetting an important prop.
If Paimon knew something was wrong with that vault, she would have floated straight in the opposite direction.
Everything was under control.
As if you've ever described a situation as being out of control. I'm pretty sure any situation you consider to be easy to handle would scare a reasonable person half to death.
Guess I'm just used to it.
You must run into a lot of unexpected situations then. That explains why you're so good at coming up with things on the spot.
As for you, Florian...
I know there's no excuse for what I did. I'll turn myself into the guards at once, confess my crimes, and accept any punishment that comes my way.
I would say you've already suffered more than enough.
Yeah, he kinda already did his
What?
duel.
You may have been blinded by fame and fortune in the beginning, but your actions during the final battle had proven you to be a true Marechaussee hunter. You'll be far more used to the city above ground than below. Your job as a hunter is more important.
But...
Of course, you'll still need to take the keys and pay a personal visit to the 2 hunters you wronged. Prepare to accept any terms they give you as well.
yes, of course.
As far as I'm concerned, though, your showing in the duel was enough to prove your honor.
Then I'll do exactly as you said. I'll go return those 2 keys right now. Thank you so much, everyone. I'll do my best to prove myself worthy of the second chance you've given me. I swear this on my name and honor as a Marechaussee hunter. Until we meet again, everyone.
They keep calling this a basement, but isn't it above ground?
Speaking of Marechaussee hunters, what should we do about the treasure in that cave?
Leave it be.
Are you sure? We could show it to people, make it so that the hunters are remembered. Don't you want that?
No. Every name on that tablet made the same choice. All hunters know what the path entails. I am no exception. My identity as a Marechaussee hunter is not something I need people to remember. I wish only to be recognized as a champion duelist. Nothing more.
Time they say
That's certainly
champion
very
duelist,
different
I
from the
always
path
just
of
think
a
of Yu-Gi-Oh!
magician. Still, I admire your decision.
Wait, Paimon just remembered something. If there were no special effects involved, why did our weapons begin to glow during the battle?
That's because the Marechaussee hunters of ages past would often imbue their weapons with special enchantments to suppress the monsters. Whenever a monster was nearby, their weapons would start to glow.
Oh, so that's why they had an effect on that guy near the end. I really thought the summons were doing all the work.
Well, I'm sure the summons were a part of it too.
Oh? How so?
This particular devorator probably hailed from the same era as the hunters we saw in the room. The names you recited all belonged to the bravest hunters. Countless monsters fell to their blades. That's likely why the devorator visibly reacted when you said them out loud.
So the names held the power all along.
Navia. Everything you said during your summon.
Huh? Oh, I meant what I said. I mean, it was true to my character, so yeah. I'm glad you heard it. Just don't make me repeat
She was caught in the
myself.
moment.
It's embarrassing.
I really appreciated those words.
All right. Don't get all sentimental on me. Anyway, let's not talk about that anymore. I'm going to go on ahead. Don't fall too far behind now.
She ran off!
I should probably head back as well. This story was truly incredible. I might have to spend the whole night telling my siblings all about it. Goodbye.
Traveler,
I really like how Clorinde's
your
like
name indeed
eye
be forgotten?
design is.
what do you think the significance of your
I
journey
throat
will
messed
be?
up as soon as I said that. The design of her eyes, I think, is cool.
I suppose the significance would be the journey itself and the world we helped create. There's still value in the time I shared with everyone here, in the things we were able to accomplish, even if no one remembers them.
A
Damn.
great answer.
Traveler had so
remember
many lines in this quest.
Me,
It probably paid for his rent for like the month.
the Marachose hunter, says nothing in response to that question. Perhaps her answer lies in her silence. An unspoken vow left to echo through the night. The path.
Oh, sorry, I did not mean to skip that. Wow, that kind of ruined the ending there. I mean, it's fine. What is this character album they gave me? Oh, that's nice. I mean, they worked hard on that artwork. It's nice that it's still here. Wait, didn't I? What happened to the doctor? The doctor traveler. Yeesh, how much Mora do I have? I just noticed. Because I never use it. I have 16,675,174 Mora. That is actually kind of insane. I'm sure there's people with more, but I just kind of do, like, I'm AR 60, so like it gives you extra Mora every time you get like adventure rank. So I guess that's just kind of been adding up. So I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna take a quick break. It's gonna be like maybe 5-10 minutes. I'm gonna get something else to drink, maybe use the washroom, and then we'll do the interlude quest, which is I'm looking forward to it because that's like a main story quest basically. So BRB. Alright, I am back. So now we get to do the quest that I'm looking forward to, because it's kind of just been in the way here. So, so they released the new interlude quest, and it's kind of just been occupying the Sumeru Adventure Guild part. And I'm not sure if... So I always do Sumeru commissions because they're easier. Or quicker, I suppose. And I'm not sure if talking to Catherine here starts the quest or not. I think it does. It does, yeah.
Perfect. It's you two. I have a commission here that has your names written all over
So
it.
I had to always
In
go to
fact,
Fontaine to
so
claim the
far as to say you're
rewards,
the only ones
even
for
though
the job.
I did the commissions
The only
in
ones for the
Sumeru.
job? Huh. If our help is really that important, it's probably some Archon class commission, right?
Archon class.
The Adventurers Guild doesn't employ that kind of classification system. In fact, this commission is also probably not nearly as intimidating as what you're expecting. All it asks us to do is to find a missing person.
Huh? Then why did you say we were the only ones for the job?
Because it's
I came
the
across
missing
this
person
omission
is my
we were doing our
sister.
backlog not too long ago. It seems simple.
What if
but our records indicate
Dainsleif
that over
made a
a dozen
commission
successive
for
efforts
us to
complete
find our
have
sister?
all ended in failure.
Just to rub it
despite
in.
attempts by several accomplished and renowned adventurers. With the reputation of the Adventurers Guild and the performance of the Sumeru branch at stake, it's in our best interest to assign this commission to the adventurer with the highest completion rate over the past few years.
Well, that's us for sure.
All I'm asking is for you to give it your best shot. If it proves to be beyond your capabilities as well, I'll talk to the commissioner about canceling the commission.
Okay, so who are we looking for? And what is it about this commission that's made it so hard to complete?
This commission was jointly issued by the residents of Vimara Village. They say one of their own villagers has gone missing. But the problem is, they don't know
Refresh
the
my
missing
memory,
person's
where is
name.
Vimara
They
Village?
can only provide information about his general appearance.
They're all from the same village, but they don't even know his name? If so many adventurers have failed to complete this commission, maybe this missing villager doesn't exist at all. Could it be some sort of a prank or something?
Unlikely. Several villagers came by to issue the commission, and judging by their appearance and tone of voice, they seemed incredibly sincere. It certainly didn't seem like a joke to them. Besides, putting up a commission requires a processing fee. There aren't many upsides to a prank that costs Mora to carry out. In any case, it would probably be best to go to Vimara Village and ask around first. The Adventurers Guild
Is it just
does
me, or
have
is there
some
a lot of
information on
hissing
hand,
whenever she makes
but
an
I would
S
say
sound?
anything you can learn directly from the villagers would be far more reliable. The best way to avoid misdirection is to go to the source.
See,
Alright
like when
then,
she said
let's go.
source,
I'm starting to get really curious about this whole thing.
like it was very rough on the ears. That's actually so... With like streaming and like OBS and all that, it took forever to get my microphone settings to be correct. Because there's, yes, there's a lot of s to it. Like there's so many things you have to do to a microphone, and one of them is called de-essing, which is basically whenever you make a sound, like it kind of blows air out almost, and like it sounds really loud, and you have to actually make like an equalizer that lowers the sound on that specific frequency. And like I think, like if you look at like my really old streams, like I still have the recaps up for like Dragon's Dogma and Tekken and stuff. Well, most likely Dragon's Dogma, like the first one. Vimara Village is right here. I don't remember the names at all. Yeah, you can notice that like the microphone settings are a lot worse, even though it's the same microphone. And the S sounds are very
We made it to Vimara Village! Why don't we talk to some of the villagers to learn a little bit more
Prominent.
about the missing guy? If this commission is really as challenging as Catherine made...
Let's talk to
Hello
Bahram.
there. You looking to buy something? I do business in this area.
Oh, no, we're favors. Catherine sent us to look into a commission here in Vermara Village.
Ah, so you hear about that then. Ah, you're not the first, that's for sure. We've certainly made a lot of trouble for you all. To be honest, we aren't holding out much hope. Many adventurers have made their way out here, confident they'd be able to help us, only to leave soon after with nothing to show for their efforts. We've pretty much had it up to here in questions, and the area around the village has practically been overturned in search of clues. But no one has been able to make any headway.
So, this person we're looking for, what's his name? Where did he live? Does he have any relatives?
I don't know. I really have no clue. I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
Do you know what he looks like?
Guess you are really sick of answering questions.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound short with you. I was actually just giving you my answer to your questions. I know it may seem like we don't have anything to offer by way of information, but I promise you, we all have a very strong impression of him. When you live in the same village as someone, you develop a lot of memories together, you know? We just don't know the specifics. Maybe we did at one point, but that information is long gone by now. At least that's what everyone in the village seems to think. We've all exchanged what we know, and that was the only logical conclusion.
All right. Specifics aside, then.
Hey
what
man,
kind of person
all
was
good.
he?
I don't know what most of my neighbors look like either.
In his early 20s,
And I've lived here for like over 20 years.
incredibly kind sort of person, always willing to lend a helping hand. I'd chat with him when I didn't have any customers. I even saw him stick out his neck for others on more than one occasion. Very interesting guy, that one.
Now that you've started talking about him, you don't seem nearly as down in the dumps as you did before. Seems like he left a pretty good impression on you.
But of course, everyone in the village is pretty fond of him. We wouldn't have issued that commission otherwise. There aren't many young people like him nowadays. So genuine and pure. To think that he just up and disappeared one day. I just hope nothing bad happened.
Could he have just moved away without telling anyone?
No, he's not the type to leave without saying goodbye. And anyway, moving away without being seen by a single person in the village? There's no way he would have been able to manage that.
Huh. All right, thanks for the information. We're
This
gonna
guy
go
has like an
explore some more.
ASMR voice. It's kind of nice to listen to.
I really hope he's okay. Please, we're counting on you to find him.
It's that guests I hear.
Hi, Grandpa Amadea. We're here to help you look for the guy that's gone missing.
Ah, so that's what brings you to these parts. Coming all this way for our sake. That's so very kind of you. With your help, I trust that young man's case is in good hands.
Could you tell us a bit about him?
Of course. I'm happy to help any way I can. With my failing eyesight, I'm afraid I can't offer much about his appearance. But I do remember hearing the sound of his voice. Not recently, of course. That loss has left me feeling quite empty. I don't think his parents are still living in the village. But somehow he never seemed lonely. In fact, he was usually the one offering companionship to others. He would often take time to visit the elderly or play with the orphans.
Not
in
a
the
single
village.
person has like useful
And whenever
information.
someone had something on their mind, he was there to listen with open ears. He always knew just what to say. As the village chief, I owe him many thanks. Helping villagers navigate difficult moments in their lives should have been one of my responsibilities. But he was often the one rising to the occasion.
Wow. He seems like such a nice and gentle person. No wonder his disappearance affected you all so much. But, you wouldn't happen to know any details about his name, address, or family situation, right?
Name, address, family, social security number, driver's license,
I'm ashamed to admit it, but I
employment.
just can't remember. No matter how you look at it, I should know those
Appearance,
things.
shoe size, man,
For
you
some
gotta have
reason,
something.
No matter how hard I try to remember, the information just doesn't come. Perhaps my age really has caught up with me this time.
It's okay. There's no need to force yourself to try and remember.
This man was forbidden knowledge, and Nahida erased it.
Well, Traveler, what do you think? Paimon thinks so too. Like, the name thing. It's so weird that no one remembers his name. And nobody has been able to tell us anything about his family or where he lived? It's like, wait, so you're saying it's not that he's been erased, necessarily, but more like he never existed to begin with? Okay, Paimon's gonna need some time to process that one. Someone who only exists in people's memories?
Gonna be like
You two are the
mass
adventurers who just
alteration
arrived, right?
of memories.
You're
It was
here for the
it was set to
Lamar
auto. I
Village
couldn't read it in time.
Yep, sure are. We were just looking into the case.
I'm so glad to hear that. Thank goodness you haven't given up. I've been so worried the Adventurers Guild might cancel our commission. My name is Atosa, by the way. I grew up here in Vimara Village. Anyway, I just wanted to say, please keep searching for a missing villager. I'm begging you. You have to find him.
See, when she says, she makes the S sounds like it's fine. For some reason, Catherine just didn't have a properly tuned microphone.
Yeah, no need to worry. We'll give it our best shot. So, were you close to the missing villager? Are there any leads you can give us?
I'm not sure this counts as a lead, but follow me. There's a place I'd like to show you.
What's cool about using Dea and Candace is that Candace makes it so that you use less stamina when you're climbing, and Dea makes it so that you run faster during the day. So it's just like two exploration skills.
Is this the place? Under this tree?
Yep.
Isn't there a guy in
I
the
know
tree?
it doesn't look like much, but this place is very meaningful to me. It's so full of memories.
What if that's the guy we're looking
We
for?
used to always sit together under this tree and talk. Sometimes we would look up at the clouds in the sky or stop to feel the wind against our skin. We could sit there for hours at a time, never realizing how long it had been. I was actually adopted by the people of Vimara Village. The forest rangers found me in the woods as a child. I was surrounded by such good people, and growing up in the village was so lively. Still, there were times when I couldn't help but feel incredibly alone.
Alone?
How should I put it? When something's bothering you, or when you have good news to share, you always want to talk about it with somebody. But for the longest time, I didn't know who I could talk to, or if I should say anything at all. Everyone has their own problems to deal with. Even if I might want to confide in others, I don't want to become a burden. Really? You know exactly how I feel?
I used to have a family member I could talk to, but she's been gone since... Did this game come out 2020? I thought it was like 2021. I think it was 2020.
Wow, that sounds really nice. You're quite lucky. When it comes to our missing villager, well... I guess you could say that to me. He felt like both a family member I could rely on and a friend who could really understand me.
It really is. It's
No
like
matter what came my
sculptures
way,
in the
I knew
tree.
I could always talk to him. He was so thoughtful and pure, and patient too. Whenever I talked to him,
He was
would
so
always
thoughtful
seem
and
so
pure and
interested,
real
as if
and
the things I was describing were just as
existing.
important to him as they were to me. Ever since he disappeared, there's been so much I wanted to tell him. No, none of those things matters now. I just really
None
want
of
to
those
see him
things
again.
matters now.
Wow. You
That's
two
not.
must have been really
I feel like that's not
close.
grammatically correct.
Did he ever tell you anything about himself?
He mostly just talked about interesting things he saw around the village. He'd share a lot of his own wild ideas as well. Oh,
I
right!
have the
I did ask
urge
him about his
to.
parents once, but all he said was, they're not here anymore.
I have the urge to skip through this dialogue just to see what's in
I
that
didn't
tree.
know whether that meant they had left the village or passed away, and I didn't want to pry.
Still not much to go off of.
Look at me. Talking your ear off and still nothing to show for it. I'm sorry I wasn't more help. The last time I talked this much in one go was when we were still together. Come to think of it, every time we talked, it always seemed to be around dusk. Just like right now. Time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours, the sun would still be at the same position in the sky.
Well, time always seems to pass slower when you're relaxed, right? What's wrong, Traveler?
Always the same time of day, and time never seemed to pass. They couldn't pay the Traveler's voice actor for these lines.
Hey, look at those hilly churls over there. Doesn't it seem like they're acting a little strange? The Abyss Order. Could they be the ones behind all of this? Uh-oh, we've been spotted! Quick, get ready to fight!
I didn't really dodge that, did I?
Yield! Grant us your blessing!
Oh, great. Let's do this.
Decided by destiny.
Let's get it on! We're dead meat!
Feels nice to actually
Thank you
play the
so
game
much.
on stream for once.
To show
'Cause I'm always doing story
If you
quests,
hadn't been here,
and I never
I'm not
really
sure
actually
what
get to
I
play the
would've
game.
done.
It was no trouble.
What's the Abyss Order doing around here?
Now that I think about it, the hilly trolls around Vimara village have been a lot more active lately. They seem agitated and would often attack anything in sight. Chief Amadea doesn't allow the children to play in the area around the village anymore.
Maybe the Abyss Order really is involved. Well, we should head back
strong
and check
team.
out the situation in Vimara village.
Yeah,
just in
I
case.
mean,
If the
so like
Abyss Order is
Candace
plotting
and
something, that
Dea,
could spell trouble for the villagers.
like I did spend a lot of time farming artifacts for them. So like their crit rate, crit damage is pretty high.
It's Dainsleif!
Oh, it's Dainsleif. It's been so long.
Ah, it's you two.
Oh, a friend of yours?
Oh, I'm sad. I really
Well,
like
I'll
his
leave you all
Japanese
to
voice
it.
actor.
I should head back to the village and check up on Chief Amadea and the others anyway.
Yo, Dine.
See you later.
Yeah.
Yep, see you later, Atosa!
That's why I was looking forward to doing this quest, because it's like an actual main story quest, and we haven't had that for a while.
Why do you always have to pop up out of nowhere like that? Is it your life's mission to jump scare us or something?
It's hardly personal, or intentional for that matter. As long as you and I
mean, his
are both
English
in
voice is
pursuit
pretty
of
nice.
the Abyss Order, we're bound to cross paths.
Ah, so you're here to investigate the Abyss Order then. That would explain the monsters you were fighting just now.
Naturally. Hold on. Are you not here for the same purpose? No matter. It may have taken you a while to catch on, but I'm sure you've also realized by now that there's something strange about this place. The Abyss Order is most certainly planning something in this area. Or worse, their plan could already be in motion.
So you think the Abyss Order is behind the hilly trail activity in the area?
As things stand, I highly doubt that is their primary motive. I would imagine the increased hilichurl activity is merely a byproduct of whatever it is they're really trying to accomplish.
Still, the hilichurl activity is causing a lot of problems for the people here. We should stick around for a while and protect the village, don't you think?
The best way to protect them is by figuring out what the Abyss Order is truly planning. That is how we prevent further tragedy.
See what we can
And you
learn from
shall
the
have
villagers.
I never intended to hide anything from you. Don't worry. There should be ample time to talk.
No, I don't think so. I think he's gonna vanish by the end of this quest and we're not gonna get any answers. When has that ever happened?
Ah. So that was the commission that brought you here to Vimara village. Someone who seems to only exist in people's memories. That is indeed quite intriguing. I would agree that it's unlikely you have a simple missing persons case on your
Of course he's
hands.
gonna vanish. Yeah.
However, any possible connection to the
We still got
Abyss
2
Order is
regions
still
left, maybe
unclear.
3.
It appears all we have by way of clues is increased hilichurl activity, and that is certainly not much to go off of.
What about that intel you promised me?
Right! That mysterious voice he heard in his sister's memory. The one who called himself a sinner. Who is he?
Traveler, let me ask you this. Do you believe your sibling to have betrayed you? I sense hesitation in your words. After all, you still haven't figured out the whole truth of what happened. There's still hope for the two of you to reconcile. Irreparable damage has not yet been done. The sinner you wish to know about, his situation is different. He and his fellow sinners have long betrayed me, and long betrayed their nation. His name is Vedrfolnir.
Vedrfolnir.
Visionary. I'm loath to admit it, but he is also my kin, my older brother.
Your brother?
Plot progressing. Answers being given.
There
What
were
happened?
5 of them. The 5 sinners of Kanria. The wise, Roptatir. The visionary, Vedrfolnir. Gold, Rhindaughter. The foul, Sertologi. And Rehir of Solnari, Rerir. No matter how
Am I
eroded
crazy or
my
is
memory may
Rhindaughter
become,
one of the Harbingers?
I will never forget their names. One day, I shall have
No,
my vengeance.
Rukina, you cannot join my game right now.
Those names sound really familiar. Rhindaughter is the one who created Albedo.
Oh, no,
Sertologi
that's-
is
okay, that's where I
Skirk's
heard it.
master. And the one we just learned about, Dane's brother, Vedrfolnir. If he was the voice of the sinner, then the one who inspired Clotar to create the Abyss Order was him.
I'm sorry, that was a lot of lore bombs right there. Rhindaughter created Albedo. The other one that I forgot the name of was Skirk's master. Skirk is Child's master. That's, and then V over here is Dine's brother.
They were once people of great
Okay,
esteem
that
in
went
Kanria.
way too fast.
Those who carried the hopes of the nation.
You pronounce it Albedo?
They were the best of their
Albedo,
peers,
Albedo.
outstanding
I think
in their
Albedo is
respective
more
fields.
correct.
The 6 of us, together. We should have been the ones to prevent the disaster. The ones to stop the Vinster King from continuing to rock the foundation of the world. Yet,
Vinster King?
deep within, the 5 of them craved something more. They could not resist the call of the Abyss, and divided among themselves a power that could destroy the world. So they became sinners, but also transcendent beings, each in possession of world-shattering power.
It's funny how you can go like months and months without any progression in the story. And then all of a sudden you're just getting lore bombs just dropped on you.
And when the cataclysm occurred, not one of them stood up in defense of their nation. Not one came forward to prevent the tragedy. And for that, they shall never have my forgiveness. Indeed, if they are not stopped, the day is sure to come when they will also betray the entire world.
I should probably be reading out the dialogue options. It must be hard for you to talk about all this, but thank you for telling me.
Of course. As I said, I never intended to hide anything from you.
So, Dane, what have you been looking into all this time?
I've continued to investigate the questions surrounding the Loom of Fate. It's been quite some time since the initial operation was launched. By retrieving the eye of the first field tiller, we were able to stop part of their plan from coming to fruition.
Oh, Paimon remembers! Weren't they
A
going to use
long
it to
time
corrupt
ago.
Dainsleif and make a god or something?
Indeed. However, it's obvious that was just some sort of technical experiment. The eye was integral to their plan, yet somehow, despite failing to obtain it, they've skipped the experimental phase and found some other way to keep moving forward. There are many signs pointing to that effect.
Then, what should we do? It's not too late, is it?
Our most pressing concern is to determine the purpose of the Loom of Fate. From there, we'll be able to deduce the Abyss Order's true objective. Based on the intel
What's the
I've
Loom
gathered
of Fate
so far,
again?
I suspect the Loom of Fate is related to the ley lines in some way.
The ley lines?
There's such a huge gap between these
Traveler,
quests. I keep forgetting
You
stuff.
observe your siblings' memories last time, yes? I believe that was due to the fact that the ley lines in that area were unstable. My recent investigation has shown that Abyss Order activity in a particular area is usually followed by a series of issues with the ley lines.
One of the things that flows through the ley lines are memories.
Wait, then our commission here in Vimara Village. The person who seems to exist only in people's memories. Could it be connected?
Oh shoot. I was supposed to read that. What's the connection between all this?
It's certainly possible.
Ley lines are those flower things
I'll
used
join
resin
your
to open.
investigation tomorrow.
Yes.
This missing persons case could very well turn out to be the key to unraveling these mysteries.
I mean, ley lines... ley lines are like a concept, I think, even outside of Genshin. I think it's just like a flow of spiritual energy or something. Because I've heard of it before, I think. And yeah, those like ley line overflows. Yeah, it is just like farming. I don't know. Listen, you're asking the wrong person for lore. But yes, you are correct.
Well, if we're teaming up with Dane again, we're gonna need all the energy we can get. Let's try investigating somewhere a little further away tomorrow.
And by tomorrow, Dainsleif was never seen again.
Oh, so tired. Paimon used way too much brain juice yesterday. It's all Dane's fault saying all that complicated stuff.
Didn't sleep well either.
Well, let's go find Dane. We've got a lot to do today.
What are these things called? What was that Paimon? That was a very dramatic yawn. Where even are these things? Hey, these. Leyline outcrop. Blossom of wealth. That's what they're called. Outcrops. Okay, he's still here. He hasn't left us yet.
Dane? Did something happen?
The
No.
missing person from your commission. Could you describe them to me?
Oh, young guy? Early 20s? Seriously, Dane, what's going on?
There appear to be certain memories in my mind that weren't there before. Memories of him.
Maybe we just talked too much about him yesterday and you had a weird dream or something?
No, it wasn't a dream. They're memories. Memories that suddenly appeared in my mind after I woke up. And I'm certain I've never met this person before.
What exactly did you remember? I'm sure it has nothing to do with his appearance, or any actual
I
information.
remember handing him the eye of the first field tiller.
What? Okay, so this missing person definitely has something to do with the Abyss Order then!
Indeed. And it appears he possesses the ability to implant memories into the minds of others.
Wait then. All the memories the villagers have of him, could they be fake too? Maybe they never knew him at all. But why would he do something like that?
Whatever the Abyss Order is planning, an important truth has been revealed to us this morning.
What sort of truth?
That their goal is still to obtain the eye of the first field tiller. They haven't stopped searching for it.
Does he
I am
just
the
have it
only
in his
person who
pocket?
knows its location. Perhaps implanting that particular memory was an attempt to interfere with my mind in some way.
Is the eye still safe?
Your concerns are not entirely unfounded. I don't believe the Abyss Order is capable of altering reality like that just yet. However, considering their single-minded pursuit of the eye, I would say an equal level of caution is in order on our part. Come with me. We must check whether the eye is still in our possession.
Seems like a
So
trap.
you're going to take us to where you hid it?
What if someone follows us, we go straight there and someone's on our tail? And that's the reason the Abyss Order implanted the memory in the first place. It does sound like a trap. And when I know of him though, I'm sure Donev's already thought of the possibility. It seems like he might also already have a plan.
Of course.
Oh, it's over there. Okay, I'm like looking for the quest marker. You know, let me show what my character stats are. So, Dea is at 51,000 HP, and then 82% crit rate, and then 182% crit damage, with a bit of energy recharge, and pyro damage bonus. So she's pretty good, and I really do want to get her to C6, because she would probably do crazy damage, because right now you only have her at C1. That's only because I spent money during her initial banner. Then we have Candace here, who is at 94% crit rate and 173% crit damage. Listen, I farmed artifacts a lot, and extra hydro damage bonus, energy recharge doesn't matter much. The main thing is that I wanted her to crit most of the time. A lot of it came from the staff because it has like 44% crit rate. I do have the Staff of Homa, which people say is like the best on her. It does give like extra HP and stuff. But I just could never get the crit rate to be that consistent. That's why whenever this doesn't crit, I get so mad. At 94% crit rate. and I use like her charge
Too easy.
attack, because that's kind of just your crits are insane. It took a lot of farming. It really did. It was literally like every day, just do like the same domain like 5 times. 4 or 5 times. Your crits are insane. Yeah. What's fun is that for Dea, if I get her to C6, then her ult has an extra 10% crit rate, so then it'll be like 90 something. And then like every time you crit, it increases the crit damage of like the next hit. So it's gonna be kind of nutty. And then when you combine that with like this one, which restores health and energy when you use her ult, and like the increased levels and the 100% uptime on her skill with this constellation here, like it's gonna be kind of nutty. Kind of nutty.
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything.
So you hit it way out here? Not an easy place to discover, that's for sure. Well, let's go check to see if it's safe.
Traveler, wait. We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
Kinda sus.
Hey, wait up!
Kinda sus. Well, I have one of the recommended elements. I'm sure that's good enough. What they really need to do is say, like, what's actually required. Because there were some early domains where fire was required. But they never, like, told you that until you got to that point of the domain.
Access denied.
It would be nice to have 100% uptime on this skill.
Let's get it. Too easy. No touching.
No touching.
It appears the mechanisms here have changed over time.
Vaporize.
You can
Yeah,
access
like
the
her
upper floor from
vaporize
the
does
side door.
a crazy amount of
Perhaps you
damage.
should try reactivating the mechanism over there.
Because she does have a bit of like elemental mastery as well. And like this staff powers you up on elemental mastery. So you can do like a good like 80k on a good vaporize. Like 70 to 80k. But then like some enemies are resistant to water, so it's a bit less. Also, Candace, the way I have her set up, the artifact set that she's using increases elemental skill damage, and then increases elemental skill damage by more if you're off the field, which gets cleared in 2 seconds of being on the field. So basically, I have to have her off the field, and after Dea inflicts him with fire, I have to switch her in and use her skill within like 2 seconds. And then that powers it up more. So it's a bit of a weird build. Like that. And then that's like 72k right there.
Access denied.
So what exactly can they even do with the field tiller eye?
Make sure all the runes are pointing in the direction indicated by the light. That should unlock the mechanism.
Hmm. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Ah, the door's open. Let's go. Our
That was
destination is just up
very
ahead.
easy. Is there anything here? Oh, did we come from here? Oh yeah, I think we fought the fungus here. Imagine if somebody was like stuck on that for like 20 minutes. That was very loud.
Looks like we can't go any further.
Be on your guard. I sense the presence of the abyss.
Hmm.
It's the Abyss Order! They're here!
Look alive!
Did quite a bit actually. Okay. I guess it's time to...
Let's get it on! You asked for it!
And this is the only fire I have, really. I'm sure water does something.
You're exposed!
Okay, that charge skill actually does quite a bit.
Look alive!
Not bad.
Just as I suspected. The false memories were a trap. The Abyss Order just wanted to follow us here. Now that they're in the vicinity, we should have a chance to see.
I like how Traveler was like, what if it could be a trap? No way, no. Dainsleif wouldn't be that dumb.
Can you feel that? There's been a disturbance in the ley lines. It must be the work of the Abyss.
Wow, you must be really sensitive to that sort of thing. Paimon doesn't feel it.
You too. Do as I say. Use that mechanism over there and leave this place. The Abyss Order is putting something in motion. If you return to Vimara Village, I suspect you might finally have the opportunity to locate the missing villager. Just think of it as a way to divide and conquer.
Kinda sus. I don't know, man. Dine does have a point, despite the fact that he just fell for a trap. Who could it be? Find out next time on Genshin Impact. Okay, never mind. It's Lumine.
I knew going along with your trap would be the only way to meet with you face to face.
Okay, I need to stop doing that.
Your safety and that of the Eye. That's quite the gamble, Dainsleif. But I believe that I am the one walking into a trap laid by the Twilight Sword.
So you came here all on your own? What about those followers of yours?
When the Twilight Sword is prepared for battle, any army I could send would only be marching to their doom. Better that I face you alone. I know you must have a lot to say, but if it's a conversation you want, you'll have to defeat me first.
The Abyss Order's on the move. The ley lines are all out of whack.
Oh, the area is restricted if you see the map.
What's going on?
I'm guessing I don't have fast travel. I just talked to the village chief. I mean, I guess so, right? So Rana's a little guest. If you're looking for Rana, she's gone on a trip and won't be back. Well, that doesn't seem important. What about you? Nothing. Did I just like run past something very important?
Options.
Where's the guy that we talked to first? What about this guy? Sorry, what was the objective here? Oh, what? Check on the hilichurl. Okay. I thought we were checking on the village. Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, look at those hilichurls over there. Weren't they acting super agitated just a little while ago? Why are they so calm all of a sudden?
I thought that sound was...
They bade farewell to the shrouded sun. At last, they no longer needed to dwell on their suffering, or try to differentiate between various thoughts of blasphemy. Such was the price they paid, and thus their souls became cleansed and pure.
What if after this screen it just said Genshin Impact, the end, and that's it?
Did you hear that? What was that sound just now?
What if like, and that's it, and you can never play the game again?
so gentle.
They just said,
That voice
listen, we made billions off this game. I think we're good for life.
Oh, this is weird. Let's check if this
Let's
is
just cut our
happening anywhere
losses.
else.
Butterflies.
Looks like the same thing is happening over here too. The hilly churls are calm.
You see, we're both still here.
So is this the missing villager?
We've reclaimed an endless amount of time to love. Release your tears. You no longer need to hold back your sorrow.
You just around those poor Hotros. They don't even flinch. I'm just testing them. It could all be an act.
It looks like they're sleeping.
In the end, he whispered softly, "Sleep well, Father. Sleep well, my beloved people. When you awake, that which differentiates us shall be no more."
We will end racism.
It almost sounds like a poem.
You just
or
gotta turn
some
everyone
kind of
into
story.
Hilichurls.
Well, now that the hilly churls have calmed down, Vimara Village should be safe at least. Let's put this situation to the side for now. Dane said this might be our chance to find the missing villager, so we should head back to Vimara Village before it's too late.
It's funny, I never actually use food. It's just that, like, in terms of, like, healing food, usually Dea just takes, most of the hits. And then she has self-healing as well anyway, so I kind of just never need to heal. I mean, I do have the prototype Amber on Mona, so whenever she ults, it heals everyone. And usually that's been enough. And then in terms of like the attacking food and stuff, the food that provides buffs, like this game isn't that hard anyway, so it's like, it's never really necessary. The only place where you would use it is the Abyss, and you can't even use food there, so...
Be up to something nearby.
The Abyss Order? This is the first I'm hearing of it. Thank you for your concern. But as far as I'm aware, it's been business as usual here in the village.
Well, that's good to hear. Oh, also, you didn't happen to come across any clues about the missing villager while we were gone, did you?
Someone's gone missing, you say? Who would that be?
Huh?
Well, maybe.
You know, the young guy from Vimara
Oh, I guess the
Village.
memory has been
The one you've been looking for all this
removed.
time. You posted a commission with the Sumeru Adventurers Guild. That's kind of the whole reason we're here, actually.
Ah, I do apologize, you two. I hope I'm not worrying you too much. I'm sure it's just my age making me forgetful again. At least right now, I can't seem to recall whatever it is you're referring to. Perhaps you should try asking someone else.
But how is that? All right. Thanks for your help, Grandpa Amadia. Something's definitely not right. We just talked to Grandpa Amadia about the missing villager. There's no way he could have forgotten all about him just like that. What do you think, Traveler? Could everyone's memories of the missing villager have been erased again? You're right. We should narrow
Alright,
down the
let's check with the
possibilities
others.
first. Let's go ask someone else then.
Here's the guy with the ASMR voice.
Someone's gone missing? Who?
Just as expected. That guy you said a bunch of nice things about earlier? The one you always used to chat with. He's around 20 years old, and you said he was a kind, warm-hearted person?
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Really? You remember?
There aren't many young people who've earned that kind of praise from me. If you're certain that's what I said, then there's only one person who fits the bill. No doubt about it. But why'd you say he's gone missing? Yeah, I just saw him leave the village. There was someone else with him, too. They couldn't have gone far.
I guess we better run.
Strange. Bayram seems to remember him. And apparently he just saw him? Do you think maybe it's not that there's something wrong with people's memories, but that we've somehow returned to a time before he went missing?
Doubt returning to the past would be that simple. And everything Dine mentioned about disturbances with the ley lines, I'd say it's far more likely that I need to think carefully what's going on. Oh, we're doing this now.
Just like what happened with Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, no one remembers him. Because there's been a change in people's memories.
They introduced this with Fontaine. Hello, I'm back. Hello, welcome back, JC. I wonder if you if you found that Hydroculus. We're doing one of the main quests. It might have spoilers, but I don't think it's going to make a difference at this point.
If we really did travel back to a time before he disappeared, that could explain why the villagers said he hadn't gone missing. If this person only exists in people's memories, maybe we're in someone's memory right now.
Oh, very interesting
Just
hypothesis.
like what happened with Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, no one remembers him. Because there's been a change in people's memories.
That doesn't make sense because they say that they just saw it. You did it. It is apparently in the well over at the church next to the lake. Yeah, I think we're in someone's memories. Yeah, I'll probably go back and check actually. Because now that you've told me that, I should go get it. Thank you for checking that out for me. So right after this quest, I just gotta remember to go back for that.
Disturbances? We're in someone else's memory. Just like how you entered your sibling's memory last time.
You're welcome. Yeah, thanks.
That would also explain why we seem to be at a time before he went missing. It's a memory after all.
We are in someone's memory, it's the chance to find him.
If he's someone who only exists in people's memories, but didn't Bayron just say that he saw him leave the village with someone? Where should we go look for him? Who knows how long this ley line disturbance is gonna last? We might not have that much time and we don't even know whose memory this is. Good idea! That'll help us narrow things down. We pretty much figured out that the missing villager has the ability to...
implant memories into the minds of the others.
Right! That! Can we try to figure out more about him using what we know of his ability? Like, does it maybe leave a trace that would somehow give him away?
Implanting memories into the minds of others must be an imperfect process. I need to turn that off auto. There's no way the new memories could perfectly blend in with the old ones. There has to be some kind of tell.
All the memories seem to be set in or near Vimara village, but I'm still not sure if they're restricted to this location. If time was allowed to pass within the false memories, there's a higher chance they might conflict with someone's original recollection. That would make it much harder to avoid suspicion. There's a difference between memories that arise from lived experiences and those that are implanted into the mind. Perhaps it has something to do with time.
People love to hear Ether's voice. I mean, it's very rare that you get to hear it, so... I mean, they've been using it more, which is good. I'm really not a fan of, like, silent protagonists and stuff. Like, they overdo, like, the whole self-insert thing. Like, There's so many stories that would be better if you actually played as a character. Okay, so difference between memories that arise from lived experiences and those that are implanted.
No wonder! All this time and the sky hasn't changed a bit! That must mean time isn't passing! That's the tell of the fake memories! The implanted memories are basically taking place outside of the regular 24 hours of the day. If the memories included the regular passage of time, it would be easy for people to tell that something was off. Like there could be overlap or something. People might start to wonder why they remember doing two different things at the same time of day. That's why he makes sure the memories take place at a specific moment in time rather than over a period of time.
If we consider this in conjunction with what we already know, I feel like we should just run after the guy that left the village.
The color of the sky coincides with the moment in time she described.
Oh, the tree. We should go to the tree.
Dainsleif had memories implanted into his mind. Could it be that it's happened more than once? We thought Chief Amadea forgot about the missing villager, but it...
Okay, let's just do this one. We have to go to this tree.
That's exactly what Atosa described!
Come to think of it, every time we talked, it always seemed to be around dusk. Just like right now. Time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours, the sun would still be at the same position in the sky.
Yep, that has to be it! This is definitely Atosa's memory.
Let's go to the tree.
Yeah, that's where they'll be.
Alright, let's go. To the tree. So I don't think I can fast travel right now. I'll check out that Hydro Oculus after this quest, I think. It's a Ken Ryan room.
So, you see, Granny Jahiet was a mercenary when she was younger. She just talks like that out of habit. She's not trying to scare the children on purpose. Oh, there I go again. Always talking about my own things. Do you maybe have anything you want to share? It's okay if you don't. You could also just...
She's down bad,
talk
chat.
about what you think of me?
Oh, I think you're an incredibly strong and thoughtful young woman. You'll meet many amazing people and live a very happy life. You won't miss someone like me.
Huh? Are those your friends over there?
What we found in Muwadizzi look kind of familiar.
Oh, right. This version of Atosa hasn't met us yet.
Friends? I guess you could say that. It must have taken them a lot of effort to find me. So, I should see what they need. I'm sorry, Atosa. We'll have to continue this conversation another time.
Another time, huh? Yeah, okay. I'll head back to the village then. Talk to you some other time.
And then they were never seen again. Why does that guy look like a Honkai Star Rail character?
It's nice to see you, Traveler. I believe this
Probably
is
because of the more
first time
futuristic getup. And the star eyes, perhaps. You only just realize when they say, let's go to the tree, and then Paimon says, that's where they'll be, actually rhymes. Yeah, the tree, that's where they'll be. My wrist is actually getting sore from pressing the A button so much. Factoring the memories, the Abyss Order, the Loom of Fate, and everything else, I need to think of the one person that can connect all of this together. Is it Calibarn? Or Calibert? Caribert?
the founder of the Abyss Order, the man who broke the curse of immortality. Born into abject sorrow, he shall now become the Loom of Fate. Dane's brother, one of the 5 sinners of Conria, the one who stole the power of the Abyss.
Because it's Caribert, right?
You're Caribert Alberic.
I kind of just remember his arm being wounded or something like that.
Oh. You know me? That's quite the surprise. I don't believe I've met you before. Oh, I see. It was the memory, wasn't it? Your sibling's memory. You saw the me from back then.
It's a sash given to him by his mother.
This is Atosa's memory.
It's been a while since I did the quest. I actually don't remember that. But thank you for filling that in.
Come, let's find somewhere else to talk.
He just hits with the instant transmission. I think this is a loading screen. I thought it was a cutscene. I don't like having my face cam on during cutscenes. So that's why I always turn it off. You know a lot about Genshin lore, right? Me? It's kind of funny because I'll do a quest and then like a ton of time will pass and then I completely forget everything that happened. So it's kind of hard to keep up with it. Oh, you were asking about JC. Proof of existence. Oh, this is nice. I wonder how far I can run. I can't dash though. Alright, see ya, Caribert. I'm gonna see how far I can run. Okay. I guess that's the limit. It could have at least let me dash. So that's the same tree because it has the sculptures in it.
I suppose you could call it the realm
That place
of
looks
my
like it's in a dream.
consciousness.
I mean, it's
I'm someone who no
the
longer
realm of his
exists in the
consciousness.
real
There you
world,
go.
After all, as you well know. It's nothing. I still have enough strength to play the part of a good host. I've always hoped that I'd get the chance to talk to you like this, and now the time has finally arrived.
It's a rare opportunity for me as well. I should try to find as much information as I can. What exactly is the Loom of Fate?
Extreme sorrow.
Because
and
I've
pain.
completely forgotten.
Hope and regret coursing through your veins. And a degree of abyssal power that defies comprehension. Father told me that once I possessed all those elements, I would become the Loom of Fate. But despite his intentions for me, I never truly became the Loom of Fate. I was merely used as a means for its construction. In truth, I died the moment I set everything in motion. The person you see before you now is nothing but a remnant of consciousness left over within the Loom of Fate.
Caribert is dead. That's why he no longer exists outside of people's memories.
As for your question, the Loom of Fate is a device capable of weaving ley lines.
Weaving
in its
ley
primitive
lines.
form, it can only be used to create and implant memories. But as more of it is completed, its power becomes stronger and stronger, until finally, it has the power to weave real ley lines of its own. Once fully completed, The moment it gains the power to weave ley lines, it loses the lower level ability to influence memories, but it also becomes a tool that can change the entire world.
So that was the source of your ability to implant
Yes.
memories.
I have the ability to control the loom in its semi-completed form. I suppose you can think of it as a form of compensation. After all, its existence cost me my life.
The memories that suddenly appeared in Dine's mind were implanted by Caribert through the half-finished Loom of Fate. Makes sense, but I'm still lost as to why he went so far to introduce himself to all the residents of Vimara Village. Oh, he probably has bait, right?
Ah, that. I was wrong to implant those memories. I'm sorry I caused so much trouble. Not only for everyone in the village, but for you as well. I just wanted them to feel like I once existed in this world. As if I had a chance at life.
It's a lot more sad than what I thought. Because only existing in people's memories really count as living.
I know what you must be thinking. Why would I do something so meaningless? But I just couldn't accept it. I had to know what it would be like if I had my own life. What kind of person I would be. What other people would think of me. Chief Ahmadiyya, Baram, Granny Jahiyat, Atosa. What would it be like if I could live alongside them? No cataclysm, no curse. Just a quiet life in a peaceful village. I was curious, so I selfishly tried to have my own life. Even if that meant piecing together the version of myself that could have been. One memory at a time. I know it sounds stupid. After all, my life ended a long time ago. Any chance at living was stripped away from me when I was 8 years old. My consciousness left to mature in an illusory world of nothingness. Even the form you see before you was nothing but an invention based on my father's appearance. An imagined version of what I would look like if I had the chance to grow up.
You know, in the end, this all stems from the tragedy that occurred in Rye back then. You know, everyone's looking for you.
But there's nothing I can do to make them find me. If I could exist in the real world, I would return without a second thought and surprise them with the suddenness of it all. But, well, that's not possible for me.
As I understand it, even though you only appeared on those memories, your existence was a great comfort to them. They all believe you once lived among them.
I know.
Now that I've found you, let's continue this conversation another time. Dine might still need my help.
Dainsleif. Twilight Sword, you mean? No need to meet up with him. Things should already be settled on his end. Exactly. As someone who could only exist in people's memories, the fact that I'm able to talk to you in my consciousness like this can only mean one thing. The Loom of Fate has
Pansy,
already been completed.
It's lunchtime. Yeah, I think this this quest is almost done. And then I'll just look for that Hydroculus. And then the stream's probably gonna be mobile struggles. Yeah. So I might not be here when you get back. So thanks for joining the stream, someone's friend, just in case you're not here. I mean, yeah, you're not here when it ends. But thanks for joining. I hope you have a good lunch. The Loom of Fate has already been completed. What? I'm overusing that. That means the eye of the first field tiller must have fallen into the hands of the Abyss. Dine probably got his ass
No
beat.
need to worry about Captain Dainsleif. He's absolutely fine. The only reason he lost the eye was because I happened to guess exactly what he was planning. Captain Dainsleif has had the eye inside his body this whole time, hasn't he?
He had it in his
plan
pocket
was
this
to
whole
lure the
time.
Abyss Order to a false location, capitalizing on their pursuit of the eye in order to have the chance to confront the princess. He would then hand the eye to you and tell you to take it away from that location. That way, Captain Dainsleif could accomplish his own goal and ensure the safety of the eye all at once. A very thorough plan.
So why did he not hand me the eye?
That's right. Because in his mind, he had given it to you already.
They played us like a fiddle. Does that mean he gave Dine a false memory? You made him think that.
Before you two entered that false location.
Traveler, wait. We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
They played us. It's been rigged from the start.
That was when I implanted the memory of him handing you the eye. Given the tense situation at that time, Captain Dainsleif failed to notice anything out of the ordinary, and took that memory to be real. I'm sorry, Traveler, but I needed the Loom of Fate to be completed. And to do that, we had to retrieve the eye.
So Dine had the eye this whole time until the Abyss Order took it away. Not sure there's anything we could have done. Now that the Loom of Fate is complete, what are you planning on doing?
I promise I'm not trying to conceal anything from you.
That's it? You win?
I truly have no idea what the princess is planning. Tevat's ley line system is deeply entrenched in the planet. Creating new ley lines can neither replace nor extend the ones that already exist. In the face of everything they could be planning, I fear I'm too insignificant to even get a glimpse of the bigger picture. In any case, I had my own use for the Loom of Fate, and my goal, at least, has been achieved. You remember my father, don't you? Clotar Alberic. I believe you saw him in your sibling's memory, after he used the power of the Abyss to restore consciousness to my hilichurl form. I suffered from an indescribable level of mental anguish. To comfort me, my father told me a story, that this was a fairy tale world where I had to take on the form of a little monster. That story managed to dispel my fears, even if just for a moment. My goal was simple: to use the Loom of Fate in its near-completed form, when its ability to create memories was at its strongest, to implant a specific memory into the minds of the hilichurls. In that memory, I would tell them a story, just like my father did for me. It was a story of fairy tales and love. But
should I tell him that I stole their fruit while they were sleeping?
It was the story of us.
What if that completely uprooted his plan right then and there? That was his goal. The only thing he wanted was to calm down some hilichurls.
I can't change the world. Not when I lost the very right to exist within it. Implanting those memories, that was the most worthwhile thing I could offer.
Well, don't worry, man. Be careful, there will be a cutscene soon. Okay. Yeah, those hilichurls are probably going to be dead soon.
All
depends on what my commission is tomorrow.
Of residual consciousness tied to the Loom of Fate.
So all that is probably for nothing.
In truth, that trace of my consciousness should have dissipated long ago. My goal was the one thing that allowed me to hold on all this time. But now...
Wait, so you're pretty much caught up then,
story
JC.
Is finished. And it's finally...
When you said that, like, you just came back to the game, I figured that, like, you... Oops. I figured that you were like way further behind. Well, I hope you didn't need that. Well, I guess he doesn't.
Looks like I was too late to see Kari Bear one last time.
Damn.
Kari Bear's consciousness is gone, and this space will soon disappear along with it. Neither of us belongs here. That's why we're not tangible. Were that not the case, I'd love to hug you too. Well, how about a conversation?
So is Dainsleif dead?
The chance to just stop and talk like this is certainly not easy to come by. Wouldn't you agree? That battle earlier was tough. The one against Dane, I mean. I didn't expect that after everything, he would still hesitate to raise his sword against me. Were it not for that, perhaps I'd still be no match for the Twilight Sword. Even after 500 years.
So what are you doing with that Loom of Fate, exactly?
The Loom of Fate, huh? I still haven't found a way to utilize it to its full potential. But there's still time before the Heavenly Principles awaken.
The Heavenly Principles, huh?
Yes, for 500 years now, ever since the cataclysm in Conria. There's been no sign of activity. Not long ago, you witnessed the Hydro Archon destroy her divine throne. Yes?
Yep, you've just been doing IV or 4. Been a bit rusty at the game, but I did do most of the main Archon quests. Just doing the Chasm right now. Yeah, shout out to the Chasm. I still haven't maxed out like the tree there or whatever it's called. The collectibles that you get. I still haven't found everything.
Such a flagrant disregard for the rules, and still Celestia took no action. I suppose that's proof enough of the Heavenly Principles situation. However, the Heavenly Principles will awaken. We just don't know when that will be, or what might trigger it.
You really hate the Heavenly Principles, don't you? What kind of question is that?
You could say that. Just look at Kari Bear. He was so pure and single-minded. The space we now find ourselves is a perfect representation of who he was. Quiet and peaceful. Even as a hilly churl, seeing the terrible sight within the mirror wasn't enough to taint his spirit. He brought comfort to the people of this world, even though he was denied the very right to be a part of it. So ask yourself this. Who was it that deprived him of that right to exist? Of course, that's only one example. My feelings about the Heavenly Principles are too complicated to explain in just a few words. Ether?
You're the only one in this world who calls me that. There's so much I wanted to ask you, but for some reason, I'm not interested in asking those questions right now. There's just one thing I have to ask.
And that's actually, yeah, that's the first
I
time.
never understand. Why?
That's the first time they actually used his real name.
Continue our journey together.
You're gonna go for now? Thanks for joining the stream, JC.
At the end of my journey,
I will see you next time, perhaps, if you join. But thanks for keeping me company.
A long time
I'm gonna
ago,
keep the face cam off for now.
traveled between worlds together.
This seems kind of
We
important.
wanted to find a place in the universe where that one flower was in full bloom. To have a place like that suddenly appear before me. Well, would you think of that as a coincidence?
You mean...
I miss you too, Ether. But as this war continues to rage, and as I continue to seek that final answer, I don't even know how to face myself sometimes, let alone my own brother.
What's going on?
This space has lost its tether. I doubt it'll be able to exist much longer. In fact, aside from our inability to physically interact with each other, there's something else you should know about this space.
Oh.
With Kari Bear gone, we won't be able to remember anything that happened here.
Well, ain't that
Everything
convenient?
in this space will be wiped from existence, including all memory of our reunion.
You're only telling me this now?
Well, ain't that a shame? Hey guys, it's me. I'm back.
Still so sleepy. Paimon's head feels all fuzzy.
Oh, I feel like there's something I'm forgetting.
So Paimon
Almost
before
as
you
if we made some progress. That's suddenly erased.
went to the village yesterday. They couldn't wake us up no matter how hard they tried, so they decided to just bring us back here. Oh, and Dane came by just now. It looked like he was injured.
It looked like he got his
Didn't
ass
say
beat.
anything, though. Just made sure that you were all right and left. Kinda seemed like he had a lot on his mind, but that's Dane for ya. Let's think for a second. We were in that memory, and we saw that guy you called Kari Bear. He was the missing villager that we've been trying to
Carrie
find, right?
Bert.
And after that, Paimon doesn't remember what happened.
Carrie Bert and I talked for a while. He told me about the Loom of Fate. Somehow I can still remember that, but I can't remember my sister.
Really?
Because their commission is complete. The missing villager, a person who only existed in people's memories. Hello, Korok Gaming. But now that he's gone,
What happened after that?
Welcome to the stream, Korok Gaming. It's we're nearing the end. We did Clorinde's quest, and then the Dainsleif quest, the new main quest that just came out, which is about almost done. But how are you doing? Oh man, I'm tired. I feel like something happened, but I can't remember. It's almost like something very important happened, but we can't remember.
Ah, there you are. Sleep well?
Nice, you actually just started the game.
Hey, Ron? You sure seem
Oh well, it's a
happy.
good thing
Did
they don't
something good
remember,
happen?
because it probably would have been a spoiler.
Something good?
Good, how are you? I'm doing
Wasn't
fine,
anything
thanks
good
for
or bad,
asking.
I'd say. It's just that, well, the village organized another search party yesterday. It didn't feel right to leave all the searching to the adventurers. So there we were, searching away, when suddenly this one guy said it all came back to him.
But yeah, if you're just starting the game, you got quite a lot to do. Like, it's actually kind of crazy how much there is to do in this game.
According to him, one day around dusk he was passing by this one tree outside the village, and he saw our missing villager. There he was, sleeping under that tree all by himself. His parents came a little later to wake him up, and they all left
I would say
together.
probably like take
They
your
looked like
time.
quite
It's
a
like
happy
it's not
family,
like
apparently.
this game really has any
And
power
after
creep
that,
or
well,
anything.
we all
So you
started
can
to
honestly
feel
just
like
take your
that
time,
really
take it
is
at
what
your own
happened.
pace,
Kinda
and like
strange that
updates
we
come out
forgot all about
pretty
it for so long.
slowly. So you should be good. Did you pull any good characters so far?
And we also remembered his name, Curry Bear. Now, that's not a name you hear every day. Would have been helpful if we remembered it sooner.
So they remember Carrybert's name.
Well, I hope he's happy wherever he is. And we're all
Not yet.
relieved now that we know what happened.
The first character that I pulled that I liked from like the starter banner was Beto.
Bear left the village. That's probably for...
No, I didn't mean to skip that. Yeah, I pulled Beto in like the first starter pulls, and that's actually what got me kind of hooked on the game, because like her...
I didn't see her in the village just now, so she's probably at the tree. Come on, let's go talk to her.
Like her gameplay is fun, because she has like a counter playstyle. Let me just pick a different team. Trying to get to level 16 so you can play with your friends. Yeah, it's actually kind of tough to do that, huh? That's kind of like a bit of a barrier. So Beto here, because like I got this character and I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. She has like a claymore and all that, but like when I found out that she has like a counter, so she can like absorb attacks and then like counterattack, that's what like got me hooked on the game. It's all because of her. Imagine how much I could have accomplished. Imagine how much I could have accomplished if I never played Genshin Impact. It's all because of her. You started playing today, and you really like it. It's honestly a lot of fun. Who did I have here? It is Amber.
Outrider Amber, reporting.
Yeah, okay, so... Yeah, the cool thing about this game, which I really appreciate, honestly, this team that I have here, just Amber, Traveler, Lisa, and Kaya, combined with, like, food. Like, these are, like, the first characters you get. Honestly, they're good enough that you could probably just beat the whole game with them. And, like, there's no characters that are so bad in this game that, like, you have to upgrade. Like, you can just use whoever you want. And I think that's, like, a huge selling point. Like, you can go through the entire thing without summoning at all. And, like, you get characters like Noelle and Barbara and, Shang Ling, which is, like, one of the best characters in the game, and they're, like, guaranteed.
I wanted to thank you. I was part of the search party, so I remember what happened to Kari Bear now. Honestly, I just can't believe I forgot something so important. He always seemed to appear out of nowhere, and now he left just as
Lisa is actually still one of my favorite
Kari Bear wants
characters.
me to forget about the time we spent together, then I'm willing to try. I relied on him for a lot of things.
Your friend already
I'm
pulled
sure
a
with enough time,
4
even the deepest of
5-star
attachments
character in the first 2 hours. One of my friends got Jean in his starter pulls, and then he stopped playing the game.
Okay, I'll admit. I'm just putting on a brave face. I was dumped, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Otherwise, why would he just leave like that without saying goodbye?
And then my other friend, he never spent even like a cent on the game. He managed to get Hu Tao and Staff of Homo, which is like her best weapon. And like Risley and all that. Like, like he has like a stacked team. He doesn't play the game anymore though.
You don't need to comfort me. It's just like Kari Bear said. It's the
Like,
things
it's
we
fun. It's like
overcome
you
that
get a
make
good
life
character
more
and they're
precious.
just
And
good
you know,
for like the rest of
has
the
a
game.
heart, maybe he'll come back and see me one day.
Anyway, thanks for all your hard work, you two. I promised I'd help Granny Chahiet with something, so I should head back.
Because I played
Goodbye.
Honkai Impact.
Yeah, right? Everyone's lives can go back to normal now.
Honkai Impact. That was before Genshin Impact came out. That game, that was MiHoYo's or Hoyo versus previous game. That game was so power creeped. Like you pulled a character, and within like months, they're like useless. And it's just like, I feel like they learned a lot from that. They realized they didn't need to like power creep characters for people to want them. Because people just pull characters because they're cool, to be honest, because they like them, not because they have to. You're playing on your phone, but you're gonna get it for your PC.
Right! Weren't you about to tell Paimon what happened after your conversation with Curry Bear?
Yeah. Honestly, I have so much trouble playing this on my phone, especially because it's Android and it doesn't have controller support. It's iPhone only for controllers. Yeah, especially when like the heat generation and all that. It's not fun to play on a phone. Feels like there's something in my pocket.
A picture? Where'd that come from? Let Paimon see.
Let's get along with each other, the two of you. Oh, that's a bit of a spoiler. I mean, yeah. A tiny bit. It's a tiny bit, but better on my Apple. Yeah, like the newer Apple phones, they've gone really good. So here's the sculpture from before. It's a good thing I didn't look at this earlier. It would have kind of spoiled the twist, I guess. It's a tiny bit better on my Apple, yeah. Just gonna go back, because there was a Hydroculus that JC pointed out to me. So I'm gonna try and find that. It was over here. Shoot. At least, yeah, if you have it on Apple, like an iPhone, then it is a bit easier to play with the controller. Apparently there's a well. Oh, there it is. I see. Yeah. One thing that you should just be careful about. Let me just take care of this. When you pull on banners, you kind of gotta be careful, because if you pull for like one of the newer characters, it's probably gonna be hard to upgrade them. Because they use boss materials and stuff like that from later areas. Of course, if you do see a character that you really like, you can pull for them, and then you can just like upgrade them later. But like if you need someone right now, it's probably not the best. But then you kind of gotta be careful with like the standard banner too. Because the standard banner can give you a 5-star guaranteed, but it could be a 5-star weapon. So, yeah. I remember the first 5-star I got was a bow. So that was fun. I mean, at least 4-star characters are still good in this game. A lot of them. Alright. I mean, to be fair, that bow that I pulled did carry me for quite a bit. What is going on here? Okay. Why can I not dive? I think there's a water current. That's annoying. But yeah. Was it from here? No, that doesn't make sense. Wait, what? Anyway, I think that's pretty much what we're that's pretty much the stream for today. Yeah, a chat member, JC, earlier pointed out that this Hydroculus collectible that I could get on the map, which I don't even see anymore. Where is it? I didn't get it, did I? Anyway, it was underground. I'm so confused. But he said that you just go through the well to get it. Anyway, that's pretty much the stream for today, I guess, because I have no idea where it went. Just to let you know, let me show you something fun. My characters, so these characters here, Candace and Dea, these are like my favorite characters. I haven't pulled on characters in a very, very long time. I think it's been over a year. So the amount of summons I have saved up is 496. So I'm saving up for like the Pyro Archon or any other character that I really, really want. Most likely the Pyro Archon because I don't have any Archons. But that's gonna be really funny because I'm basically, when I finally decide to pull on a character, I'm going to like stream it, and it's gonna be fun to like just completely max out a character, like a five-star character, get like 6 duplicates of them or something. So I'm definitely gonna stream that, so tune in for that. Aside from that, we are good to go. You'll subscribe? Yeah, I hope you join in when that happens. It's gonna be fun. I think Natlan, like the next region, is like right around the corner. So, yeah, it should be soon. And I think by then I'll probably have maybe like 550 or 600 summons saved up. So it's gonna be fun to just like drop it all on like one character. Aside from that, I think we're good. I'll let you get back to it, Korok Gaming. I hope you enjoy the game, and we will get back to it next time. I'll probably play Genshin next week. Yeah, good night. Oh, it's actually night for you. Most people who join the stream, they're on like the other side of the world. So like for them, it's like afternoon. So yeah, good night, Korok Gaming. Hope you have a good one. See you on the flip side. Yeah, that's really crazy. like I'll be like up until like 3 in the morning, and they're like, oh, well, I guess it's like time to have lunch or something. I don't know. But yeah, good night. Catch you next time.